Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome. Welcome. Yes, we welcome you to our TopstepTV for opening call. Congratulations. You were at the right place at the right time. He's Donnie, and I'm Marie. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. Yes, MP is back. We got Trades by Matt. Dolby Time's going to be with us. Lots of cool things happening today. And throughout the week, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader. And yes, as I mentioned, that first timer on Topstep TV, who's always in chat, Trades by Matt. It sort of rhymes there. Always in chat. Yeah. Trades by Matt. So, get yourself ready. Checklist, game plan. You ready to go? Because these markets are giving us some opportunity. So let's get ready and let's start in. Johnny, good morning, my friend. John Hoagland, the one, the only. How are you doing?
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. See a lot of familiar faces in the chat today. It's great to see everybody. And yes, you see Ghost is talking about the rally sweater. I did wear the rally sweater this morning and already seen quite the rally, aren't we, Eddie?
I don't understand what's going on here.
Maybe you can explain a little later what we're doing here. But yes, I was sitting there patiently waiting 7:30 Central Time. And boy, I tell you, launch city. Across the board here. So we're going to jump into some news. We're going to go to charts and we're going to have fast market. Like I said, MP is back in town. We got a full boat going to be trading today. So that's cool.
It's going to be good to see MP back in the saddle here this morning. It's going to be an interesting morning.
Cool. So stick around. Don't leave. Let's get to news here. Investors watch CPI hit the wire and hit the roof, coming in flat 0.0. Meanwhile, Home Depot set to deliver its latest quarterly earnings. We had the ES up just recently, up 1.24%. Yes, NASDAQ was up 1.6, crude was up 0.6, and the gold was up 0.54, sort of cooling off in gold a little bit. All important, the U.S. Treasury yields was down 4.617. It was down from a one-week peak. Boy, I'm a poet and I don't know it. 4.696% that reached yesterday. A series of box U.S. retailers are due to report. John's going to give us the scoop on that one. And our sweet Janet Yellen, U.S. Treasury Secretary, was said that the finance ministers of the Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation countries, I had to get that right. That's a lot. Early in the morning, affirmed a goal to achieve sustainable growth in the respected economies. So, Johnny, what do you got for us today? Tell us about this CPI.
Well, obviously, investors are happy about this. We see some pretty good upside moves in the equities. Going piece by piece, the core month over month for October, they were looking for it to remain at 0.3%, the same as the September number, but it came out a little lower at 0.2%. The core year over year, they were looking for it to remain at 4.1, which it was in September. The October number coming out 4.0%. The main CPI month over month, they were looking for it to kind of come off a little bit. The September number was 0.4%. The October number was expected at 0.1%, 0.0%. And the year over year for October, they were looking for it to come down to 3.3% off of the September number at 3.7%. And it came out 3.2%. So all four numbers indicating cooling inflation. Again, investors are liking this. For the rest of the day, Barkin is speaking as we are speaking. Well, a little bit earlier, about 7:30, he started
Barkin yelling.
Got the Red Book 7:55 just a few minutes ago. 9 o'clock Bar, 10 o'clock Meester, 11:45 Goolsby speaks. As far as earnings are concerned, Maddie was talking about Home Depot, which beat on both earnings per share as well as revenues. A little bit of a scare as far as kind of looking into the future, but last I checked, the stock was still up over 1%. C with some mixed numbers. Sally Beauty missing on both categories. Aramark kind of an inert number there for Aramark. And as far as the VIX is concerned, it's down 5.5%, 3.9 right now. The dollar index down to 104.8. And the yield on the 10-year, even lower than it was yesterday. A little downside move in the yield in the 10-year after those numbers came out, 4.47%. I saw Daruma Trades was the first one in the room this morning, first one to have a like. Daruma, thanks for
Thank you.
Your excitement. And of course,
Yes.
as always, pray for peace, everyone. We need all the prayers we can get for peace.
Yeah, definitely. Well, folks, trading oil right now. We're looking at that about making some highs here right now. Oil prices around the flat line early until that CPI came out. We've got the International Energy Agency predicting that oil market could return to a surplus early next year, despite the extended production cuts by Saudi Arabia. So neener. The IEA said that the recent draw on oil stockpiles were fueled by Saudi Arabia's output reductions and could begin to change course due to the sluggish economic growth. Folks, Powerball, 235 million, Johnny. And the next draw is tomorrow. And you ever go to Red Lobster?
I haven't been to Red Lobster in a long time, but the last time I was there, I really enjoyed it.
It is a good meal. It is a good meal. Well, they've got this, they've been having it, this endless shrimp deal. What's happening now with this endless shrimp deal is they've raised the prices. You know why they raised the prices?
Supply and demand.
Supply and demand. No, yeah, too many people are ordering it. So they're like, hey, let's jack up the prices since everybody and their mother is ordering this. So I just feel sorry for the shrimp population in our oceans. So, but anyway, shrimp deal has been raised. So get something else. Go to Long John Silver. You got a Long John?
Yeah.
We used to have one by us.
I have never been to one of those.
No, Long John Silver. Good stuff. Yeah, Arthur Treacher's fish and chips.
No.
Wow.
No, I when it comes to seafood, I do it better.
Oh,
I make it at home quite a bit.
All right, they just sort of catch and eat. So
yes.
All right, I got to stop by your house one day though. I'll bring over some lobster tails. Okay.
Everybody, come on over. We'll
grill them up. There you go. All right, Johnny. Time to go to charts. Let's see what we have for our contestants today.
Yeah, let's take a look. As of course, everything has pretty much changed since 7:30 this morning. And we're kind of looking at things as the market was waiting for those numbers. A lot of anticipation. We can see that the S&Ps have broken above last week's high. We're seeing continuation. First acceptance above this trend line. Remember this trend line: 1, 2, 3. Points of contact, closing above it. Now we're seeing some impetus pushing this market higher. As far as yesterday in the S&Ps, volume was pretty low. Of course, we're waiting for the CPI numbers today. We're still waiting for the PPI numbers tomorrow. So more of this tomorrow morning. Volume was pretty low yesterday, and we lost about 9,700 in open interest. That was probably largely due to some short covering. We're going to see in the profile, we have a P-shaped profile, which indicates short covering, which is now supported by the drop in open interest. A lot of folks flattening out, waiting for what happens this morning. And now we see what is happening. So early this morning, before the number came out, we really didn't have anything as far as overnight inventory is concerned. The market really kept things relatively close to the bone, basically inside value from yesterday. This number has knocked this market out of balance. 1, 2. Now we're out of balance. Earlier opportunities are likely to be some of the better opportunities of the day. We're going to be opening with a gap. So we've got gap rules. We've kind of finally finished coming through this previous gap. We're this trend line I should have taken off. That's the main trend line. This one shouldn't even be here. Let me take that off so we don't confuse things. And so with the market opening out of balance again, better trade locations are likely to happen. If we would have not had that number, I would have tried to be very patient today. The fact that the market is now opening out of balance. What's balance? Well, we have kind of an upward balance here. The market's continuing to push higher. Yesterday, we were largely in the range of the previous day. I would call that balance. The market now opening with a gap above yesterday's high and takes the market and moves it out of balance. So again, we'll be looking for better opportunities as the day goes on. If we were to take a closer look at the volume profile, even the volume profile has a P shape to it pretty much, right? I mean, the fat part of the profile is all the way up here. That's typically an indication of short time frame short covering. Losing open interest supports that. When we have short covering, it's initiative buying that takes buying power away from the marketplace. Don't let that scare you, however, because the market this morning has been pushed into a completely new situation. We're going to need new business to continue this move to the upside. We get a pretty deep pullback. There might be some good opportunity in that direction. We'll be looking to see if we can actually close the gap. If we can't close the gap at some point today, we'll be looking for opportunities to go in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. Anything can happen, of course. The markets are very happy about the numbers that came out today. There's still a lot of uncertainties out there in geopolitical situations as well as economic situations. Trade what you see today. Again, anything can happen. Let's take a look now into the NASDAQ. And everything has changed again, just like in the S&Ps, the NASDAQ is holding up better, has been holding up better. The tech sector has really been, of course, the big reason for that. So, we had a little trouble yesterday at last week's high in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. The market really kind of a smaller range on lower volume, losing open interest again, losing 1,800 in open interest in the NASDAQ yesterday as traders flattened up, if they were going to flatten up, for the number this morning. Don't forget PPI again tomorrow. The producer price index is going to be another big one for us. So the volume was lower, open interest was lower. I got a big dog here trying to moose me for pets, and so it's a little distracting. Lacey, I'm trying to work here. Could you
launch a cookie?
Could you? Oh, she got to come up and say good morning. Hey, hi there. All right, you smushed my platform here.
Smoosh.
There we go. Okay. All right. See, very persistent, this one. So, again, the market has changed. We're in a continuation mode here. We've taken out the weekly kickoff high, 15,722. What do we have above that? We have this swing high, which may be a target. That swing high is 15,855, not too far from where we are now, but then there's some more space above that. Again, we're going to need new business. We're going to need new buyers to come in and continue this push to the upside. The market has been eating shorts the whole way up, so we got to kind of keep ourselves from becoming one of those shorts that gets eaten. The question really remains: Are we just too high? Are we too long? What's the situation? It's very difficult to read at this time. This is a new situation, new continuation of upside participation. Gauge what you're seeing. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So yesterday, very narrow range, P-shaped profile, short covering, which is supported by a loss in open interest on low volume. Market really just kind of sitting, waiting for whatever was going to happen today. Overnight inventory was nothing. The number comes out. It's taken the market out of balance. Market out of balance. Anything can happen. Better trade locations may actually occur early in the session. Just trade what you see. Make sure you're looking for opportunities to limit risk. A lot of some folks probably went into this with a position. Some folks probably had a really good morning already. Other folks, not so much a really good morning. We've got a whole day of trading ahead of us. So make sure you stay patient. Let the market come to you. If you're out there looking for trades, you're going to find them. And they may not be your A setups. Maybe they'll be your B or C setups. Lacey, please. Lacey's all excited about the markets this morning. So again, the profile, P-shaped short covering supported. Typically, if we were still down here, I would look at this short covering that occurred yesterday as actually being taking buying power away from the market. Sorry about that distraction with the puppy there. She's probably somebody walking by with a dog and she's mad. So I apologize for that. But now it's a whole new situation. The market was in balance here. It is now out of balance. We'll be looking for, again, probably some bigger opportunities earlier in the session. Eddie, let's take a look at crude oil now.
All right. Crude up and up.
Mm-hmm. So, you were talking earlier about the IEA saying, there may be a surplus in crude oil next year, in which you were kind of yan, and I agree with that. None of us want want more expensive gasoline or crude oil. So, but it is offering, some decent opportunities. On the daily, volume was low yesterday. We lost open interest on this push to the upside, indicating more of a short covering than new longs coming into the market. This short time frame rally we've got going here doesn't appear at this point to be doing very well. I'm giving it a C- because it's been losing open interest and volume for 2 straight days while this pullback comes into play. There is space above. Don't kid yourself. I mean, this market could come all the way up to weekly kickoff high 81.90 before really changing the downside market state that it's currently in. If we're going to look at this, we're going to look at off this high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Are we going to put in a lower high here? We've got a lot of space. I mean, this market could continue to push higher without changing the medium time frame market state to the downside. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Lacey, easy girl, easy.
Had to get that last one in.
Goodness. All right. Yeah, right. So, crude yesterday. Again, here's that push to the upside, P-shaped profile, losing open interest. Well, that short covering actually takes buying power out of the marketplace. The market did respond, relatively positively to the CPI numbers today. But again, to this point, this auction, I don't think has been performing all that well. I'm still not ready to sell into it. Here's that weak high that we took out yesterday. That became a little bit of a sticking point. We continued to push higher before falling into range. Today, we opened in range. Well, no, we didn't. We opened out of range. So now we've created a gap. Gap rules state if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. So I'm not ready to sell this thing yet. There's still some kind of weaker structure above that this market can certainly target. We've got a gap. We've got a naked point of control here. We've got last week's high here. So there's certainly some visual targets. If we can't close the gap early, I'll look for the market to continue this push to the upside, although I don't agree that it's doing very well. Looks more like it's creating a bear flag than anything else because of the losing volume and open interest as price continues to push higher. This CPI number could have changed everything in a lot of these markets today. Of course, we do have to wait for PPI tomorrow to really see what the producer prices, what the producers are paying for raw materials. All right, gold.
Yes. Hanging around that settlement.
It is gold.
Boy, what a run today. What do you got on the daily, Johnny?
Okay. Well, we had some responsive buyers come in and start looking to the long side yesterday. Lacey, please. Volume was lower, but we did add 9,400 in open interest. So that indicates really some decent buyers came in and started placing long bets on this range from yesterday. Oh my goodness. Hang on a second. I'm going to shut my door here. Lacey, you're up.
You're grounded, Lacey.
Yes.
You're only going to get a half a milk bone today.
There you go. All right. Now, maybe that should quiet things out a little bit. Open interest jumps, new longs. Volume wasn't all that great, but that doesn't really bother me as long as we see some open interest coming onto the upside. 30-minute chart now. Here we go. All right.
Yeah, hanging around settlement, 90, 50, 20 for most of the overnight into the early morning.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then this shit just hit the fan, like as all the markets did.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Eddie. I mean, it really didn't move very far from settlement, so there was no real overnight inventory. We got a knee jerk to the downside, and now the market is trying to continue this push to the upside. My concern for before the number came out was if we were going to open in the range in the area that was looking for repair, that bodes for repair. We obviously have left that area. So, the 730 number, the number comes out, trades all the way through the repair area, and then takes off. It came right to the point of control in the lower distribution through the TPO point of control, which is in the upper distribution of a double distribution trend day, and the market has continued to push to the upside. So it's going to be hard, I think, to find some decent opportunities today. The volatility there's volatility, even though the VIX is showing lower, and so my suggestion for today is size down a little bit. If we're going to be in a volatile market, you may want to size down because your risk is going to be greater, your rewards are going to be greater. So sizing down a little bit may not sound sexy and fun, but it can save you if things don't go your way, and you can still turn some really good profits on days when there's volatility like this. So take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today, and let's put together a good trading day.
Right. John, what's this? It can't be sexy and fun. A lot of folks like to trade size and to trade big and have these big swings. But on days with a lot of volatility, sizing down is usually a good idea. Is a big swing sexy? I don't know. I think we're ready for a really cool day here today. Coming up next is Fast Market, and we got Trades by Matt. Andre is back. Michael is back. Hogan, me, or we've been here, so
yeah, we're here all the time. So
yeah, we're living right in the shed. Yeah, we're living in a shed here at Topstep. But they're going to be on with us to do Fast Market. We've also got Brett going to be doing Shoulder Tap. Brett's going to be doing those Tuesdays and Thursdays. Dolby Time's going to be with us for power players. And what's this thing called Trade with Hogue? Who is this guy?
I guess me and Dolby just talking about markets, looking for opportunities, taking trades, and seeing what we can do.
Beautiful. I'm going to be watching that one. And don't forget Top Quiz today, 11:45. For those that come in late and say, is there going to be a Top Quiz today? Yes. Let them know, 11:45, and tell them they have a seat. So that's going to be Jack and Alyssa. And group coaching. We got our good friend Dakota, and I'm going to be joining him today for group coaching. But otherwise...
So let's all straighten up and fly right.
Okay, we're going to do that. We're going to fly right today.
All right, Marie.
All right, Donnie. I'm a little bit country. You're a little bit rock and roll, isn't it?
A little bit rock and roll. There you go.
For you young traders are going, what the hell are they talking about?
I know, right?
All right.
The hell are Donnie and Marie?
I used to love that show. But anyway, I digress. We're going to take a coffee break. I need to get some more warm coffee, some more heavy liquid in me. And we're going to be right back with Fast Market. So don't go away. Don't go.
Does everybody know what time it is?
Yes, it is time for Fast Markets. And look who we've got here today. Trades by Matt. Hello, Matt.
How's it
And
going?
also, Andre and Michael are back. And yeah, John is still here.
TBM.
I'm still here.
Guys, I'm glad to be back. We got Trades by Matt. We have pretty much been wanting to hang out with you, Matt, for quite a long time. So this is a great, a good old boys section today
Right.
sitting around talking shop.
Giddy up.
Giddy up.
Hey, for those that don't know who Matt is, Matt's been day trading for 8 years, starting in stocks and crypto, moving to futures exclusively in 2019 and realizing that it could be his path to leaving his 9-to-5 project manager job. So yes, you did start this very popular channel, Trades by Matt, and we're very happy to have you here with us for your first time. Welcome aboard, sir.
Let's get into it today, and
Let's
we're going
go.
to talk all about Matt, and he's the first mover in the YouTube.
And
world.
markets are open. Let's get it going here.
Okay, guys, what I'm coming back from a vacay, so always when you come back from a vacay, for me, take it a little bit slower. So
That's how
gonna
I
be
am too, Michael. I was sick all last week, so it was like yesterday was my first day back after 4 or 5 days.
Do you watch the markets when you're sick?
Nope. I had a massive migraine. I couldn't even like open my eyes. It was crazy.
So migraines and digital screens don't mix. I know that.
Right.
All right, everything.
Base hits yesterday.
Okay, so you did trade yesterday. All right,
Yeah, I
cool.
traded yesterday. Yeah.
I was on some flights yesterday. All right.
What I should have done yesterday was take base hits. I was looking for more.
John. Yeah, speaking of looking for more, John, I'm looking for something this week, but I need your help.
Yeah.
What do you got in the NASDAQ world?
Yeah.
And just so everybody knows, Matt, just so everybody knows, what are you trading? What do you focus on?
Predominantly the NASDAQ. The last 2 months, I've made a return back to crude oil. I used to exclusively trade crude. Then I found the NASDAQ. Well, scalping the NAS, and then recently been dabbling a little bit back into crude. But I mean, the NAS is what you're going to see me trading 90% of the time.
Well, when you throw the cowboy hat on, you trade crude. I saw that.
Right.
I got mine over here too.
Right
when you start talking about it, I'll put that in the straw in my mouth.
All right.
I set up the opening range trade for the S&Ps. If it takes out the first minute to the upside, I go long. If it takes out the first minute to the downside, I go short.
Love
I
it.
did this yesterday. We had a win around for about $350. I should have taken that. I was looking for a little bit more to the downside. It didn't happen, so we ended up taking a loss on that one. But I'm taking the opening range trade every day, because last week, if we took the opening range trade every day and held it to the close, we would have killed it.
Huge winners last week.
New situation. The market is out of balance, so I'm seeing some liquidity to the upside. So I'm hoping I get filled on this buy stop above the opening range. If it takes it out, we'll be long. It's a 6-handle opening range, so we're looking at 7 handles of risk.
Okay.
Now I got to move my stop a little bit lower, and we're long. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm long from 11. I'm long from 11 quarter. Just the one guy out of the gate.
And that NASDAQ took out the low of the opening range. The S&P took out the high of the opening range. I hate it when that happens.
Okay, so can you go to your NASDAQ just so everybody can see opening range, so they can see, and then what do you mean? So he comes out of the gate, opening range. If it does what, you like to do what, vice versa.
Okay, so this is the NASDAQ profile. This gold bar here represents the range for the first minute of trade. That's the first minute of trade. So we see the NASDAQ took out the low of the opening range. We would be short the NASDAQ here if we were going to be playing the opening range trade.
Okay, yeah, I got out.
At 15,804.
Okay, 804. Yeah, I got out of my 11s at 9. 11 quarters, I got out at 9. Quick, light and tight out of the gate.
That was a winner?
No. That was a 4 tick loser.
So now here's
4 handle loser.
$80.
Just
took out the low of the opening range. I just had my first loss of the day.
Me too.
Okay. So maybe you guys are the early birds. I'll show up I'll show up a little late right now.
Well, the market's out of balance, so I'm looking for something to happen right off the open. And
with the number, we got to keep everything. Everything's just changed, like we were talking right before we got on.
I got back in at 95s.
You're long?
Yeah, because you guys got stopped out.
Yeah.
No, and I still liked it from the long side.
Slow down, kid. You'll hurt yourself.
Oh, shit. Actually, I'm still in. I had my stop far enough away.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. The market heard you, and then
well, that's why you got to move your stop just, a few ticks outside the low of the opening range, because it comes down there and takes out those stops all the time.
Sure does.
All right, I just picked up 20 handles. All right, cool.
So 85.
It's fun hearing y'all talking about trading. I typically wait first 10, 15 minutes just to let everything kind of shake out a little bit.
That's smart.
We're psychopaths over here, Matt.
Yeah, so it's fun hearing people talking about trading the open. I'll do it every now and then, but it's very, very rare.
Well, it's usually something that I do as well, but the market opened out of range and out of balance. So sometimes your best trade locations happen really early in the session. And Matt, I can show you, we'll do this later on. I want to show you the way up. The opening range was at the bottom of the range for like 3 straight days. If we would have taken those trades and gotten out at the close, we would have made on one contract probably about $6,000 a week ago.
That's the power of futures right there.
So something that's I don't know if y'all know the actual stats on it, because I don't, but we retrace CPI so often. And so I get into this mentality on days like this, and this is obviously a pretty big one, like 200-ish, 250 points or whatever. But I typically have to just like force myself to be patient on days like this, because I get into like a nasty bias of like, we're just going to retrace CPI. Like we got tons of juice down into VWAP Plenty of liquidity, 750, 780s, and typically I just have to pump the brakes.
I like, excuse me, I like that play. I always call it dipping my toe in the water out of the gate. That was just a one lot,
right.
a one car. So yeah, that's kind of my, and then I have a 20 handle stop. So kind of out of the gate, I like to get a feel. Right. So I got long up there and I quickly got out, and then the market kind of pushed on the longs a bit. But it's moving. But I totally like your approach. I mean, ideally, that is the approach that I like. I just like to get that little one lot in there and get a feel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If we get a little heavy here, I like 20 to 80 rotations like a lot on the NAS. I don't know if y'all pay attention to that either. That's like, I love. It's so random. I don't know why. Again, like most of my stuff, I don't know why. It's like things I noticed. But yeah, the NAS will rotate 20 to 80 so often. So like we're in the 820s right now. If we get a little flush, like 780s looks pretty good to me because we got juice down there.
To continue to the downside or
a little downside move. But I mean, we have like what 200. We got 60 up at overnight highs sitting on the books at 840. Probably gets run.
60s, 40s, 25s.
Hey, Mike, what's your P&L?
I got short one a little early right now. I do like it from the short side up here. I like this little range that it's playing. It's extended the range to the downside, but I'm a little early on the, and it's just been since the pop in the open. So I'm looking at if it's one of those. So my P&L is like 400, 300 something. I'm looking forward to kind of play a little sideways game
today.
No, just out of the gate.
Yeah.
Morning.
I think everybody's looking for something big.
The big already happened.
Yeah. Big already happened.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, you still got a lot of dust, and you got a lot of noise still.
For sure.
Remember, it's best to be flat and let the dust settle before putting a position on.
Thank you, Robert.
Is that Shatner?
He's always, dude, all last week, he's been busting out the good ones lately.
Yeah.
I got some real good ones. You wait.
Quick reminder, this is just a huge number for rate expectations. So, yes, you may say the move has happened, but I don't think we can emphasize enough that people are moving in their ideas as far as when they're going to cut in like March, which a few weeks ago seemed not the case.
I think everyone's recalculating their forecast right now, trying to figure it out, like you're saying, Jack. They're going to thread this needle, aren't they?
So I got out right away and then got back in. I sold 25s, covered 30s, and just sold 2 at 40, 38s. It's getting a little heavy on the tilt, but this is a light and tight hold.
BM in chat says, get ready to short gold. BM, tell us why. Why are we getting ready to short gold?
We like the whys in life. All right. We'll
got a 300 sitting here.
Where'd you see that?
850.
Oh, you how deep can you go? See, I can only go, and now on Topstep X, we can go like 100 deep. So I'll be switching over here very soon when we connect it to live, which is very soon. But where you see it at the 50 level?
Yeah, I'm using Sierra right now. I have Topstep X on the side, but yeah.
312 offered at 850.
The Denali feed.
That's liquidity.
That's liquidity. Kind of like that area too. 850.
There's 266 at 95.
I have the 850s because it's an old high that goes all the way back to the good old days. Hold on.
The good old days. Back in the days.
Back in the good old days, Eddie, September 1st. It's high of that is 55 half. 55 half of the old high.
Is that
That was kind of like a big wick, opened, ripped higher on the 1st of September, and then closed lower on the day. Check it out.
From Friday, September the 23rd.
I got smacked off that, huh?
55 half, 855 half. That's that high. That's a key reversal day right there.
Wow.
Key reversal day, eh? Yeah, it was.
How many of us in the chat were long when CPI came out, holding a position? Let us know your positions here right now. I imagine there are a few of us that sort of rode that bull for a nice distance. Let us know.
Hey, did you know I fought a bull last weekend?
Wow. Speaking of that, my goodness.
We saw that.
Put it in there.
That was you.
effed it up, dude, for sure.
Ride the bull, fight the bull.
I was in Mexico City at a ranch. And I was at a Bulls game last week, too, all in the same week.
Listen
I watched the Bulls, and I fought a bull. And
did you slap the bull?
No BS.
I don't know what's that. What's that?
That's from what was it? Wild Hogs.
No, what's that? Bow chicken. Wow, huh?
Come on.
It's a movie. Wild Hogs. You guys didn't see Wild Hogs?
Yeah,
That's a good movie. Good movie.
Funny.
Are y'all watching Crude at all?
Here's the 300 again. You see that at the 30s?
Yeah,
right there.
Oh yeah.
I'll get in front of it at one guy.
I was getting to taking Phil's right. Oh, filled.
Yep. It moves against these guys these 100-lot traders in the NASDAQ have been doing okay. Now I haven't seen them in the last few days, but they don't take that much heat. By that much heat, the heat means out of the money, or whatever you want to call it. Hold it on to a loser for a bit. Yeah.
Joe Drennan, if you are here and listening, do you see liquidity above the market in the S&Ps?
Okay, Tilt's only 59% long. The average price of the longs is 17. So longs are in the money by about, 15 handles right now. Matt, I always like to talk about that a bit because, when you're in the money, like 15 or 20 handles or 30 handles, those usually can be around, average folks, like profit taking time.
Right.
Like, we share stats of funded traders and their average, winning trades like 200 to 300, things like that. So if you think about that in the NASDAQ world,
right,
that's 20 handles around there.
That makes sense. You see Crude's at 78% on the tilt.
Is it?
Yeah.
So when you're seeing this, I know you keep Topstep X up because Topstep X, which you're trading on Sierra, which is totally cool, guys. We're not looking to change the whole planet here, but there is something very valuable on the, and I'm taking heat on this. So yeah. But I still like it, Dry, because that 30 or that 300 lot put it on at 30.
Talking those bulls on parade right now, man.
Bulls on parade.
So yeah, I have several different things I'm looking at. Platform wise, like I'm executing on Sierra just because it's where my personal is, it's where my funded account is. Topstep X, I'm watching the tilt. So like right now, Crude's at 80. 81. Okay. I watch zero dated option flows on the SPY. So I have like a deal that I'll watch on kind of like looks at block orders that come through there, and then I look at one more like options like aggregator to kind of help with like where are people hedging on options for the day. So those are kind of things that I'm looking at. Everything I try and keep it pretty thin so that I don't have to have like a million different sets of eyeballs on everything at once. But I like to look at those types of things.
So right now, will you annotate or make note on your chart? So guys, I got stopped out, but I like the 55s up here still.
What did that guy get short? What was that huge order?
300s. Or sorry, 30s.
Okay.
Here's your 55s right here, right now. Hold high.
Hey Jay, what's your position?
I'm flat right now. Down 250.
All right. Well, we had our poll. Were you long equities into the CPI number?
I wish.
25% said yes. So congratulations. Probably done for the day. And obviously 75% said no. Playing it safe and probably playing it smart. But hey, it's all about you.
I'm short one on Crude.
I like that.
Be watching for another push also into like 50. But as of right now, looking for a little fade.
Speaking of fade, I'm coming out of the gate being fadeable.
That's usually me, Michael.
Yeah. Still like the 55 range though. It's an old high, but it is 64% long.
Spoos closed it in on 4,500.
Big fat round number.
Big fat round number.
Round number, yeah. If it cruises up to 4,500, man, that'll stop me out because that's
incredible, man. 2 weeks ago we were trading 41 something.
2 weeks ago, I was calling your brother saying, "Put me in long-term spoos." It was S&Ps. He's like, "Okay, let's get it going. Just tell me when." I'm like, "Oh, let me time this one."
Yeah.
Yes, Joe. I am reading you, Joe. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I would like to see the NAS kind of rotate 80 here, 880, and then kind of give a little pullback off of it. But we'll see. That would be kind of where I'm looking at it. I just got green lighted to trade first 15 minutes. That's what I was talking about earlier. So green light myself, watch the 80s, see what happens there. Obviously, I'm short on crude right now.
Yeah,
crude. Oh, you're short crude.
I'm short crude. Yeah.
Yeah, I took a few off.
Okay.
I'm just holding a one lot now.
You short or long?
I'm short. That 300 lot, I still like them. Man, I don't know what's going on. And then we're fairly long in the tilt. I shouldn't really be putting any size on because the tilt hasn't tilted any heavy direction. But it is what it is. It's selling off now that I took 3 off.
A good friend Anne Marie Band is with us today, saying the shorts are going to press the charts higher, watching for the 1 minute higher lows to break their cycles before I pick a short. Thank you, Anne Marie.
And it seems like that's been the theme for a while, right? Shorts been getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. Isn't that what she's saying?
Equities have been squeezing shorts for 40 years.
For 40 years. I know. Coming from a guy who, where's it at? Who took one of these things, a Topstep bull, and ripped it off to make it a bear. This one hasn't been paying. And I don't know why I have 3 bulls over there, so I should just be sticking with bullish market. Andre's the one who taught me the market has a natural bid in it.
Yeah. We're seeing it today, aren't we?
Yeah, but we've been seeing it since I called your brother.
Yeah, I know. John, you still long?
Yeah.
Nice. What was long too? I got stopped up. What do you do?
Crude.
Gotta move that stop.
You do.
Fix the other side of the opening range when that happens.
Yep.
Yeah, this thing is it's staying fairly strong.
Crude's leaning long. 70-30.
Yeah, it was at 82 just a second ago. I like when we get point of control flips on crude to where you get a ton of volume up at near the high of day, and then the tilt goes 80. That's the
80's the tipping.
I like it. With you get the 80 tilt with a point of control, like a ton of volume being conducted at the high.
Oh, dude, that's those are indicators. I mean, that's a beautiful setup.
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about that because an 80 is where I call it. It starts to get tilty.
Right.
Yeah.
And guys, just so everybody knows, when we're saying 80%, that's out of all the open positions that are open at Topstep right now. We have thousands of open positions right now. And it's all our opinions, and we all have opinions right now. You're looking to get short, you're looking to get long. Really, 2 of those things. And when everybody, when I say 80%, when if there's 1,000 open positions, let's just use that number, 800 of them are one directional thinking. When a whole group, when a whole herd of people get on the same position, typically in my history, what I've seen, it's not a good time to go with them. Actually, it's a good time to go with the 20%. So people are like, well, you're just fading the 80%. No, I'm not. I'm going with the 20% because that's the harder trade. The ones that see the smaller, that see a different opportunity than the majority of the herd. And when the whole herd gets very long, again, that to me is amateur hour of a position. So don't get me wrong; they sometimes get paid, but majority of the time in my history, that's why we brought the tilt out for you guys. They take a hit, whatever that means. Could take a 10 handle hit, 20 handle hit, or whatever. How the hell did I?
Michael, Anne Marie loves your quote. The market has a natural bid. She says
that's not mine, and that's Andre's.
That's not me. That's everybody.
There you go.
That's me.
everybody.
That's me.
The buck.
Oh, it's Hogue. All right, Hogue came up with it.
Wait a minute. That was me.
80% of people that trade stocks are trading long side only. That gives us that upside tilt.
There you go.
Well, that 4 lot would have been nice because it moved 20 handles, but I just kept the 1 handle of it because I got stopped out. So now I'm back to scratch on the day. Now I'm like Matt, I'm like, I should have just stopped trade, waited 15 minutes.
All right.
Patak is back in the markets.
Would have saved myself some commissions. Yeah.
S&P's just bounced way off of weekly kickoff high, 4,500, big fat round number. I meant to get out there and I didn't.
55. Yeah. The 55.
4,500.
45.
Yeah. But the 855s that I was talking about was the old high. you would have really only taken about 6 handles of heat on that, just so we were all talking the same language. You would have had 20 handles into that because the pullback's been at least 20 handles. And you would have only taken 6 handles of heat. Oh, shit. Lacey's. That means what, John?
Is that why we're going higher?
Most people say that's a sell.
No, it's a sell now.
Sell bell.
Well, she's watching
All right.
gold here.
Crude is doing its thing.
Yeah, let's jump to crude if we got it.
She's so loud, man. I've got my door closed and everything, and
I'm actually going to go ahead and take this off. I going to just get a base hit here. Locking 170. Going off the point and control flip for the value area rotation, kind of green to red rotation there.
And 80% on the tilt side.
Right. Mm-hmm. So a lot of things kind of working there.
Guys, see how Matt did that? He looked at he had all his check boxes, the 15 minutes, and this is what I heard, Matt. And if I'm missing anything, 15 minutes, the tilt, point of control, right? Those are kind of the 3 bangers.
That's the 3 bangers for me on crude. It's make sure the 1 minute structure looks okay, point of control flip, and then targets are typically looking for either like actual trends. I think crude. I kind of make fun of people that draw trend lines a lot of times. It's more of just a meme, but like crude does respect it a lot. And then, but if I'm not looking for like a true trend test, then I'll just look for like a value area rotation. So going from like value area high to value area low. I call it a green to red rotation or red to green, where I'm just kind of going from top to bottom, 70% of volume. So that's my crude trade. I don't know if I'll get another crude trade or not today. It depends on what the NAS is doing. Typically when I don't like the NAS price action, I'm trading crude.
Andre, the trend lines and all that stuff. Andre calls charting.
No, I didn't say that. No.
Yes, this is the one you did say. It's the astrology or astronomy or astrology. Astrology for traders.
Right. Okay. Funny enough, though, I also have a funny bit on moon trading. So
yeah, it's same thing. Yeah.
What do you got? But the thing is that I do enjoy trading crypto when crypto is fun to trade. Like there are times where crypto is absolutely just the best. And I did a funny bit on my stream where we found a coin called Luna, which means moon, and we only traded it using moon cycles on TradingView, and it literally was perfect. It worked. It worked perfectly. And then, of course, Luna, I don't know if you're familiar, but like Luna had like this massive collapse, total Ponzi scheme at the end of the day, whatever. But the moon cycle literally top ticked it at like $90 all the way down to 0. So
go figure.
Moon cycle's undefeated.
Yup, go figure.
I mean, I've heard people, and even Deano said, I was looking to get short up there. Hey, Matt, just really quick, what level did you like in the NASDAQ? The 880s?
Yeah, I like 80s and 20s a lot. So we just can't. It's like a magnet.
I know somebody else who likes those levels.
Yeah.
Somebody I was working with, I think it was Joe Sajor.
Mm-hmm. And it kind of comes back to what you were talking about like the big, what'd you call it, big numbers or big
fat round numbers?
Big fat round numbers.
Yeah. So you think about like the 80s and 20s, like if you're taking positions at both of those, you're going to be averaged out at like a big fat number of 0, right? Yep. So same concept.
Nice trade,
I'm flat now, by the way. I got out.
Nice trade, Johnny. That's how you do the opening range. I should have widened my damn stop. Hey, John, where'd you put your stop just so we can replay that trade real quick? What'd you buy? 91s?
Okay, so I sold.
I bought 91s too.
91s. I bought 91s. I'm sorry. Bought 91s.
Yeah.
My stop was here. Well, hang on. Let me put it where we can see it. My stop was initially right below the opening range, but as soon as we got long up there, I usually move it about 2 points the other side of the opening range.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they'll come down here, take out all those stops, and then it goes. And that's exactly what happened today.
I was one of those suckers. I was one of those suckers with my stop too tight.
Well, I mean, it's hard to gauge how far it's going to take it, right?
Yeah.
You know, is it going to? I mean, is it going to fail? Is it going to go lower? We don't know what's going to go on. So you gotta you take your risks and you take your chances, right?
I'm going even bigger on the opening range trade tomorrow.
Oh, whoa! That's going to put more money.
It's been working.
Going to put more money in your pocket.
It's been hitting.
I love it, Andre.
Hey, we got about 5 minutes here. Fed Vice Chair for Supervision, Barr speaking. I don't think that's Roseanne Barr, but if it is,
maybe it's her husband.
Heads up.
It's Roseanne Barr.
No, I don't know if it is her husband, but
She likes to speak.
Remember when she sang the national anthem?
they don't like that.
Yeah, that was cool.
Quick, just a quick poll out there. Are we setting up for a trend day up? Because if you look at a 5-minute pullbacks, we're making higher highs and higher lows. So really quickly, or is this kind of just extending the high side of the range? I don't know. I'll show you.
We got volume up here. There's a lot of volume being conducted. So I think it's kind of do or die right now, to be honest. This kind of gives me, I call it like slow grind days where, maybe it's actually slow grind. Maybe it's happens very quickly, but where we just like, it's like the endless bid, right?
Yep. Oh God.
Anytime you get that volume up near the highs like this, it's kind of do or die where all of a sudden Delta comes back up, the endless bid happens, and you just kind of push new highs, and it just happens all day.
Yep.
Speaking of new highs, Johnny, you're on your highs, and I say that ESPN. Yes. Yes, it's not as high, and this is a big fat round number too.
Yeah, it's 4,500, and it's weekly kickoff high too.
Oh, so then I'm looking to get short.
Are you?
Well, you can. Is it going to hold or is it going to run through? I mean. What we're looking at in the chart today is we're looking at some longer time frame new buying coming into the marketplace.
Are we really?
This is a new situation. Volume.
This is different shit, Patak.
Yeah. Okay. I could argue with you, John, and say, yeah, well, maybe long time frame traders, which long time frame isn't 100 years. Like it could be months, right? It could be
weeks, could be days, could be
okay. Did all those traders just like is Tilt? If we had Tilt sitting there for the last month, would we have saw a ton of shorts in there, and the longer time frame shorts got squeezed? Are they getting squeezed right now?
You got to remember, Michael. I mean, when we're talking about the long time frame, we're talking about major banks, major hedge funds. They're not naked long or short anything.
They're hedged up. Yeah.
They're all hedged against other products. And when price gets to a level where they need to adjust those inventories, that's where I put those weekly kickoff levels. Now, there's a change in the marketplace that occurred today with the CPI.
Yep.
So now there's new information, and that new information near an important level to a longer time frame trader. That's a powerful opportunity for any trader, for any day trader, but you've got to pick the right side. You got to recognize, if we're seeing right now, according to Delta, Michael, in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, we have all time frames acting in concert for this market to continue to go.
I tried to short there at the highs, got stopped out for 5 points.
Okay. On the NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Did you try to get short there, Matt?
I did. I got short at 60, got stopped out literally at the tick of that, or new highs of 65.
That's what's driving this is short time frame shorts getting short and getting run over. It's feeding this rally. That's what Anne Marie was saying. So
let's not be one of them then.
So here's the weekly kickoff in the NASDAQ, Michael. It's 15,722, 1570.
Yeah,
we went through it. I mean, like butter.
I have that. Yeah, like butter. Well, okay. So hear me out. Just want to argue with you guys in a good trader way. If it goes through things like butter, isn't that a lot of stop running? Or you could say, in your argument, what is no new buyers are coming in? But I would say longer time frame. Not the banks that are hedged up, but still, longer time frame can get like run over. Mm-hmm. And I know you just said longer time, banks and they're all hedged up, but
they can get run over, but they're always hedged. They may be getting run over in the NASDAQ futures or S&P futures.
Yeah, but they'll leg out of their hedged up stuff, right?
Right, but they're probably over long the underlying stocks in this case. If they're short the S&P or the NASDAQ, they are way long the underlying stocks.
Yeah. So then, so now if you're one of those guys, when are you rolling out of, or you always just got that spread on? I mean, like,
this is gonna be endless bid day today, isn't it?
I'm not smart enough.
Yeah, I know that's why I'm like having fun trying to do an argument with you. I'm trying to because it's true. Like we don't know for sure how
we don't. So now tomorrow, if we have a big run to the upside today in the equities, when I look at the open interest tomorrow, if open interest drops, That's not healthy for a continuation to the upside. We want to see new business, new buying in any time frame continuing to come in and barrel into new longs. Eventually they'll get too long and then we'll get the pullback. So like, if you look at the chart here, the daily chart in the S&Ps, and this is something Dalton talks about a lot. So here's the daily. So we had this V bottom. This is the week where like opening range was the dead low, opening range was the dead low, opening range was the dead low. Those were beautiful. and I let him go. I know. I'm sorry. I sometimes
let it rip, Johnny.
Yes, speaking of letting go.
Dirty, filthy mind you got.
So we were looking at this auction, and it seemed to be kind of slowing down here. Dalton was saying the market is too long. We need to consolidate or pull back before we can get another move to the upside. What did we do? We consolidated, we pulled back, and we've been basically kind of moving higher ever since. Now, yesterday, we didn't do much of anything. Volume was dead. We were waiting for today. We lost 9,700 in open interest.
Yep.
That's shorter time frame traders liquidating because they don't want to get smushed today.
Yeah.
But now, all those people that were long are going, damn, I'm missing it.
Yep, I'm one of them.
I'm missing it.
Hey, Johnny, take a look at the dollar real quick. JT says, oh, my God, look at the dollar.
Rally.
What's the dollar doing?
The dollar is, well, it came off pretty hard on when the number came out, and it's still dropping. I mean, it's 104.57 right now. And that's a delayed quote, but, it was 104.8 before the open. It's still kind of pushing to the downside. So cheaper dollar means it's going to take more of them to buy stocks.
There's the 80s.
I know. I got short right here.
Oh man.
Now we got juice at 900 though. This is appearing to be very slow grind in my opinion.
Yep. It's exactly what it's shaping up
Endless
to be.
bid.
Endless bid. Buy pullbacks.
Close
There
your
ain't
eyes.
no
and click
pullbacks,
the button.
Patak. I haven't seen a damn pullback yet.
Yeah. Close your eyes and press bid.
One of those.
Yeah. Just close your eyes and buy.
Yeah. Crude on the nice,
Sometimes it's the right thing.
crude, nice little M on the 1 minute. I wish I would have taken it. I could have done the exact same trade twice.
Now, don't you guys forget here now that
What do you got?
that the Santa Claus rally is right around the corner. And my boys this morning,
baby.
they woke me up at like 6 a.m. Hi, Daddy, because I haven't seen them in a week.
Yeah.
And they're like, we saw Rudolph last night. I'm like, oh,
really?
I didn't say holy shit, but I'm like, really? So now,
Holy shit, kids.
yeah, holy shit, what the? I'm like, what's he doing out so early? Now, if Hoag's going Lacey and I'm going a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old on positions and directions of the market, they just told me Santa Claus rally's right around the corner. And for those that don't know, Santa Claus rallies in December. They always call, you'll see CNBC goes, well, it's a Santa Claus rally.
Yeah. That's why I'm growing my beard.
You
And
gotta work
wearing my rally sweater.
You got to work at the mall later.
Sam's drunk again.
Man, if this is a slow grind, my stupid shorts are.
Dude, I know.
Yeah, they're
So what are we? Sorry, Matt.
go ahead. I was just saying.
So what are we looking for to try and get into this? Yep.
It's real. I hate this type of price action. I'll be straight up honest. I have a
too.
very hard time with. I think it's just a mental thing, to be honest, of buying 2% up. Like, can we obviously rip to 4%? Sure, why not? Right? Like, market does what the market does, but it's just mentally very challenging for me. And especially as we get to like 900, I'm like, I don't want to be buying psych level 900. Like, that's the problem. Typically on these types of slow grind days, I sit on the sidelines for so long, and then you buy, and then it just absolutely snaps on you. You're like, you wait, and you're like, okay, finally the trend is so confirmed. Like, this thing is going to rip all day long, and then I buy, and then it's like a 50-point snapper, right? So I don't want to do that. I think it retest to the 60s could be interesting. But I'm not going to buy 85 here. I can tell you that. I'll watch crude all day over buying.
It's so hard to get into a move that's already underway like this. It's so hard. Everybody's like, well, I can't buy it up here, so I'm going to sell it, and that's what feeds the rally.
Yep. Right. I covered mine at 47 or 84. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, hey, folks, if you like what's going on, please. We've got 2,500 people watching right now, and only 538 likes. Come on,
click it.
Show some love. Hit that smash it, kick it, and don't forget to subscribe.
Yeah, like and subscribe.
Hey, John, I got a question for you from yesterday's coaching call.
Sure.
Group coaching. JP Rivas is asking, I've been buying the high volume node shoulders on NASDAQ, and it has paid well.
Good.
There you go.
Good. Awesome. Yeah, I remember you sent in the question and we talked about it yesterday. So here's what he's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. He just, he was learned this, hopefully he's been learning it, but hopefully it's going to help everybody. So Matt, I mean, you're a trader. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but when the market is directional like this, I find that looking at the low volume nodes as support levels, it can be helpful. So we'd be looking for a long on this. I call them shoulders, from high volume to low volume. It's a shoulder. So anywhere in this shoulder, if we're looking for a long, we can limit risk against this low volume node. If it gets too much through it, then we're probably screwed. We're probably wrong on the trade. So we're watching this in real time now. So here's our opportunity for a potential long.
Yeah, this is the I was talking about.
Did you get short, Michael?
Right.
No. Right when I covered, the market goes, gotcha. So I covered 84s and it was 87s high. I mean, this is what it does. This little squeeze.
No, this is the pullback we can use to get long.
This one doesn't hold. This is the next one. So if you're looking for opportunities to get into there, okay. So it just hit all the stops.
Yeah, it did.
Now we're going to look for an opportunity on this volume shoulder against this low volume node.
Okay, Matt. So the 80s technically held for so far.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. They did. Yeah.
So there you go, guys. Hey, guys, speaking of subscribe, throw Matt's link in here. I've been following Matt for a long time. We've been working with Matt for a long time. He's one of the first guys in the space, YouTube space, influencer. You ever go out on the town and they comp you because are you Matt Miller? Are you TBM?
I've only been recognized twice in my life.
That's
once, and they're actually both. But one's a lame story. I was picking up a pizza in San Clemente, and the pizza guy was like, "Wait, are you Matt?" I was like, "Yeah." Like, I watch your stream all the time. The very first time that was actually sick. We were having a meetup here in Austin, and we got a party bus. This was 2 years ago. We got a party bus, and the driver comes out, and my wife goes to go put a cooler in it or whatever, or keg actually.
Got the wife hauled the keg around. I love it.
Yeah. And the guy was like, "Wait, are you Julia?" And she's like, "Yeah, do you know that?" And he's like, "Wait, you're Matt's wife." And he's like, "I was actually wanting to go to this meetup, but I got booked to drive a to drive the party bus around."
No way.
Turns out the guy was like part of the community. We had a great time. He was just like partying with all of us. It was great.
Oh, awesome.
That's cool.
Guys, we're gonna throw his link in here. We've worked with Matt for a long ass time. I've golfed with him. I've had a great time with him. I've been on a boat with him.
Yeah, that was
hammered with him.
Oh, in the city.
Yeah, that was top notch.
Yeah, let's just cut the chase. Cool. When you go golfing with a buddy and you go on a boat with a buddy, come on.
Your buddies.
Yeah, your buddy. So throw that in. Throw his link up there, pin it to the top. Go check him out. I like how you approach the market. You do in a very, I would say, methodical. It is good for a trader, and disciplined and patient way. So, yeah, kudos to you.
I try to be patient. That's like, I constantly am telling everybody that will listen to me to be smart and be patient. I got it literally everywhere. Like I got it on my protein shakes. Be smart, be patient. I got it on my mouse pad. And it's really just that I'm reminding myself to like let the market do what the market does. Be patient. Obviously, like every aspect of life, being patient is typically, helps you think through decisions. But a lot of times with the market, I just gotta like be a little bit more patient.
Well, as you say in the racing world, let the race come to you.
All right.
And speaking of racing world, you guys got the F1. You guys got the F1 down there, don't you?
Yeah, I went to Austin F1. I'm in Austin, if you don't know, if you're watching. So we were in Austin F1 3 weeks ago or whatever, and then I'm going to Las Vegas F1 on Thursday.
No way.
Did you hear about those tickets? If you got long. If you bought tickets a year ago, you got long on the highs.
Yeah. They luckily I got I was actually checking because I was a little tilted when I heard that. I got like club tickets or whatever, and they're the same price. So I didn't get hosed, but if you got like general admission, you got hosed if you bought them like a year ago.
They overplayed their hand out there.
Yeah.
Well, the season's a dud. That's the problem.
Yep. Yeah, it's like Max has already
You know
won.
what they're saying about that F1 track?
Yeah.
They're saying that F1 track is funky. It's not safe. There's a few turns that are very tight.
That's
so
good.
I'm going to be
that's
watching
action,
that F1.
Right?
It'll look good on. I guarantee you, it'll look really good on TV. That I know.
It's gonna be so sick. The race is gonna. I mean, the race is at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Like it's gonna be.
Which is great if you're watching it in New York at 1 a.m.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah. The thing is, though, is that if you're an F1 fan, you're an F1 fan, so you're used to waking up. You know, most of the races are in different time zones, anyways.
True.
Okay, Tilt's at 50-50. Tilt's been 50-50 this whole way up.
That's why it's going to be a slow grind. Nobody's tilting, and you got these shorter time frame shorts, which is pretty much everybody at Topstep.
Do y'all watch Delta at all?
John does.
Oh, John's Delta.
That's true.
Yeah, I like Delta on this type of move is like the ultimate like slow grind. I keep saying I don't really have a different word for it. Just like the endless bid, slow grind, or whatever.
Yep.
Where it starts to get super heavy off the 80s. We get slapped 30 points. It's still super heavy off the 60s here, value area high. Like we either rotate and have another leg into the 40s into the overnight highs, or if like we get a bid off of this, like that will be my true confirmation of like this is gonna just continue to go. Right now, like everything that I'm seeing on a general day, I would want to be getting short at 68, 69. But I just don't trust it right now, to be honest.
Hey, tell me why your candles aren't colored.
So this is a 22 range chart. It's a very it's not time based. Most people are probably familiar, but if you're watching, basically every candle is 22 ticks of price movement.
Mm-hmm.
So one candle could be 30 minutes long, one candle could be 2 seconds long. It's just 22 ticks top to bottom, and you get wicks out of it. I don't have it colored purely because my chat moderator named Gary set up all of my Sierra chart for me, and he didn't color the candles, and I liked it. I got used to it. I used to when I was using TradeAvate, I used to have them colored, and then I got into whites, and I kind of liked it. It kind of just like helps me eliminate bias, I guess, in a way. Like I'm just really just looking at where are we ticking, and what's going on. So I got everything else.
Sort of looks like Space Ghost.
Yeah, I know it looks a little weird. But
and more action.
So basically, I only use I have Delta on my 5 minute, but I only use Delta on the 22 range. That's what I'm actually looking for from a scalping perspective. It's so what's the word I'm looking for? It is so responsive to like very quick price movement. Like the 22 range is probably going to be a faster time frame than a minute chart, right? Like realistically. And so Delta, when you're able to get into that granular of a level, in my opinion, I'm really seeing kind of what the market is doing. And then you pair it up with liquidity or whatever, and it's kind of a move. Been using it for a very long time. I back tested the 22 range like 2018 probably. And at the time, the strategies that I was using when I walk forward tested it was saying to use a 22 range. And then my brain is just so accustomed to a 22 range chart that I've used it for 5-6 years now.
Good stuff.
I like the no colors. Some people find certain colors alarming. Like some people don't like red. Red is an alarming color. Some people will actually take the red and make it purple or something on these charts, just so it's not so alarming.
And a lot of
hey John, where's the real quick here low volume node for the ES? Got a question from Pandy Man.
Okay, so
NASDAQ up 2%. Sorry, John.
It's all right. ES Low volume node. Well, we're looking at one right here, 4501 half. The market really kind of came back to test that weekly kickoff level, which is 4,500. Yeah, that's kind of a high volume node. So I mean, if we can hold this low volume node here, that would be supportive. There's also another low volume node below that at 4494 half.
Okay.
So I mean, in whatever platform you're using, most of them will have a volume profile. Like we can look at this here. And all right. So here's the ES today. So if you put the volume profile on, you'll see those low volume nodes. There's the 730 bar. Here's the 830.
What's the price level, John?
Hang on a second here.
I'm going to probe you. I'm going to prod you with an electrical thing.
Every
time you say something that doesn't have a level.
Get on my level.
So here's the volume profile for the session today. You see that low volume node we were just looking at here at 4501.50. You got another low volume node down here at 4494.75. So far this volume node has been more supportive than anything. It did look below it, but it didn't really take us past the high volume node right here. So I mean, that's one way that I found, and I'm with Matt, man. I don't like directional trades that I'm not already in.
Okay, right, John, can you switch to the NASDAQ? Because directional trade, if we're saying it's directional trade, which I think we're all agreeing thus far.
I'm long 60s, by the way.
I was just gonna say that was a great.
All right.
I was gonna call your 80s out on being a great trade, guys. He said the 80s up there, and when we're calling this out, this is kind of the experience that Matt's saying. Hey, when I see this, I see this. 80s only. If you would have shorted 80s at 880, and this is 15,880 in the NASDAQ. You only would have taken 7 ticks heat. It traded all the way down to 57 or something like that. So there's 30 handles that you would have got out of it, $600 on a one lot. So if you want to kind of say, hey, you know what, that was a great level, which it was, you could have pulled 600-ish out of that. Now, I'm not saying you're carving the market up perfectly to get in and get out, but as you can tell, there's at least 400 on a one lot in there of cushion to the to the down to the in the money side, if you can follow. Yeah, I like those 60 plays because it kind of popped down to 57. So John, my question is, you jumping over the NASDAQ, is where's the low volume node coming off here? Because it just pulled off the 50.
Okay, so 51. That last pullback down here kind of filled in a low volume node here. The next low volume node is down all the way down here at 1580, 838, 839 ish.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be more of a deeper pullback. It'll probably be a harder trade to take.
I'm looking for a run of the highs. We'll see if we get there. We got 10 more minutes for initial balance to kind of play out. I'd like to see us go trade the 80s again. Delta's looking decent in my opinion, which kind of gives me that mentality of, we grind higher, but
Matt, can you explain what initial balance is for those folks that are new?
It's congruent with direction Delta, so I agree with that.
Yeah, for the only thing is that we got so much liquidity down below us that just spooks me, but gonna not pay attention to that right now and just play the direction. Initial balance for me is first hour of the session. So first, the very high and the very low of the first hour of the session. I track it on my 1 minute chart here. It's the green line and the red line on my 1 minute chart. The gray line is the middle point.
It automatically puts it in there?
Yeah.
The hell was that?
What indicator or what whatever? Yeah. Is that on your charts? It's a set right there.
Yeah. So for me, it's called initial balance on Sierra chart.
Got it.
I have two sets of green and red line.
Low volume node at 870. Low volume node at 870 is acting like resistance. Ghost is posting. We seeing resistance there?
Yeah, we've rejected it 68, 69, 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. I mean, if you're of the idea you're looking for shorts, up against this high volume node above the market, you'd be looking in the volume shoulder here for your entry, and your stop has to be past the next high volume node, which puts us into another low volume node.
Well, I got a low volume node, John, at like 42. Is that not? Am I not accurate with that one?
42. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's below price. You know, if you're looking for a continuation, this would be a level you could look for support at.
I'm looking for I'm looking to buy pullbacks.
It might be turning over here.
I don't know. Just that's the volume.
Right now, if you're listening, you're like, what the? But guys, what we're doing right now is just trade. You work with other traders, and we used to do this in the pit. You talk like this. And however you then decide to play your poker hand, if you want to call it that, because we're all talking about kind of different, I don't know if we're using the word probability, but we're kind of thinking probability here as we're all talking. We're like, okay, all right, that makes sense, and it adds up. So, and then it has to align with your trading plan too. Just remember all this stuff. And John can be short, and Matt can be long, and they both can make money. You know, that can happen, and they both have different trading plans. So to each its own on your trading journey. Yeah, well, this is trader talk. This is tradertainment is why we call it that. So then you can kind of get a feel for that. Anything that you guys don't know, definition wise or words wise, toss it in here because we got a team in the back that will define it for you guys.
Yeah. So I think to touch on that, Michael, I think we're constantly just looking for opportunity, and the more eyes you have on the market, seeing different things, whether it's John with the low volume nodes, and Matt looking for with the liquidity and stuff, it just gives you more information to help you pull the trigger on a trade. That's kind of how I look at it. You don't have to take everything that everyone says, but you filter it out and stuff that if you're seeing it, if it aligns with what you're seeing, then hey, you can enter the market. That's essentially what we're doing.
That's what you should be getting out of this Topstep.
That's what this team trading is we're not we're not trading the same account. We're just talking ideas, talking it out.
You see that delta, John?
Like that.
Yes, like that. Because right now, I'm not seeing it. I'm not looking at it, but I'm sure as hell paying attention to the next thing John says.
Like that.
So, like, off of 50 psych level, Delta went berserko.
Well, okay, now tell me what berserko means.
Big jump.
Yeah.
Tell me what berserko means, because I used to date a girl, but I don't know how that relates to trading berserko.
But trading berserko, I just mean like it's going crazy, and like you see that response, immediate buy up off of it. I don't know if you can see it on my screen or not. Can you see the bottom right or the very bottom? I can't really. Well, anyways.
No, not really.
Let me see if I can pull it up a lot. See if that helps. Yeah, so there you go. So you see price here, consolidating the 50s. All of a sudden, we get a huge surge of buyers coming through.
Whoa.
And then we launch off of it. I would, I'd like to probably add another there, but I don't really want to go too deep here. I don't love it enough for that.
Yeah,
I'm a very passive size-wise trader. I don't really enjoy trading 10s, 15s, 20s.
Yeah. So the 80s.
Look at the buying going on right now, right? So it's like good for 20 points immediately, just off delta surging like that. Pushing value area high here. Looking to run the prior wicks at 70. I agree with that guy. Like getting through 69, 70 is pretty much line in the sand right now. But if we get through 70, like we push, I think, new highs. So
48s. John, we were just talking about 44s getting down on that low volume node too. So what Matt is saying and what we were talking about earlier, there's a play in there that you would have not taken too much heat and still buying the pullback, because we're talking about this could be a trend day up, the slow grind up. That conversation still exists, guys, that we were talking about 15, 20 minutes ago about like, God, there's going to be one of those grind higher days, blah, blah, blah. And this could be the pullback. So it's just always something to be thinking about. Now, it could start to weaken up. And then Andre said it could start to fall apart. Again, it's not like we're wishy-washy here. We have a flexible bias. As traders, you have to have a flexible bias, because if you get stuck just marrying one thought process, it's going to be a short career in trading, doing it that way.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So, man, S&Ps came back and kissed that weekly kickoff high.
Yeah. What was that?
Well, here, take a look at the 5-minute chart here.
Hope's been
4,500
alive over there.
Oh, the big
So,
fat round number.
Here's the opening bar. Opening 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We looked above the weekly kickoff high. It came down and just kissed it, and now it's up near the highs again. I mean, doesn't look like a big deal, but
So
we're talking 8 points here.
So Matt's long to me still looks pretty good, in my opinion.
I like the long still. I would, if we get another pullback into just above point of control, I'd be interested in getting a second contract actually, like 55. But
yeah,
I don't know if it's gonna happen or not.
Yeah, Matt's still long, guys. Look at the very top of your screen. Matt long 115,860. You're gonna always see that John's up, I'm down, Andre's down a little.
Michael, your patience has just been exemplary today.
Yeah, it's been great.
But Michael, it's just been.
What? I traded like a.
Yeah, but you're chilling right now.
Oh, yeah, that's because I don't want to make it. I'm not now seeing it very well. And Matt bought that pullback that I was looking for when I was talking to John about the low volume note around the 44s. It pulled down to 48. So he took 12 handles heat on it, but now he's up in the money on it. So what would have made you stop out of that
aggressive selling? So like with Delta pushing off of psych level and point of control, so like that's the most volume that we've had on the entire session. A huge response of Delta. Both of those are like, I'm gonna go hands off here and just let it do its thing.
Yeah,
if I don't see either of those respond, like if I don't see point of control respond there and we just slide through it, that's like I don't want to be in that.
We got S&P's helping you. They're on their highs.
Yeah, and like we're testing the top of that range right now on the NAS at 70. Delta's still trying to push. We got a lot of wicks here. I have this phrase that I love on like a 5-minute chart, which is wicks get run. So if we get a bunch of wicks all at the same exact spot, like we do right now at value area high at 71, a lot of times we clean through that. So that's kind of what's happening right now.
There's your 80s again, though.
Yeah,
coming back to your 80s, if it retests your 80s right here, would that be a 20 handle out? And then you say it plays in a range, or are you looking for a runner? And if you're looking for a runner, where's your out?
So I'm not looking for a runner. I honestly don't really enjoy having runners that much.
We all want them, but it's hard to find.
Right. Psychologically, I'd rather just have it hit my target and move on to the next trade. Here, as I mentioned earlier, though, I am looking for a sweep of the highs. So I do want to see us kind of pop this 80s level, this 88. I'm looking for 90s. It's at the time is where a bunch of liquidity was, which still is. On like targets like this, if I see 62 on the books at 89.75, a point off of that is typically fair game.
I'm not saying this matters yet, Matt, but the tilt is starting to line up where both S&P and NASDAQ are starting to cruise up to the 60. Not saying anything. Long. Yeah. Right. The average long price, though, just so we know, I'm looking at 61. So the longs that are in here are right about where you're at.
Yep.
Right. So right now I'm up 25 points. Looking for another 5 or so. But I'm at the point now where I am in the 80s. We are near the highs. I'm not going to be a dick for a tick. And I'm going to let it, like, if I see like a strong sell off for some reason or Delta kind of falls off a cliff, I'll be getting out of this thing. But we are trying to sweep the highs right now. Double top.
John plays it a little bit if it gets close, Matthew. John plays it a little bit.
It's the 10% rule.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I heard that on here a month ago or whatever, and I really like that phrasing.
It's fair enough, yeah. All right, so S&P's on its highs, off its highs by
I'm out.
Yeah. All right.
Nice trade.
Yeah, I don't like Delta. So again, pull this up so you can see it. But we got like a very strong rejection. I think we probably do sweep through the high because double tops typically don't hold to the tick like that. But with this much selling going on here, I'm not interested. So I'll just go ahead and kill it and move on. So I'm up 415 on the day.
Yeah. Well done. There you go,
John. They want to know what's the 10% rule.
The 10% rule is if you've got a trade on and you've got a 40 tick profit target and you're within 4 ticks of it, you're allowed to take it off within 10% of the profit target and call it a full profit target hit.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Matt, you picked the 80s. You would have only taken 7 tick heat on that short. You would have to wait. You had to wait for it though. It was tough waiting for that one. And by the time you waited for it, we were all being like, "It was just going to be one of those slow grind up days. And it's going to keep going." Right when we said that, the 87s hit, and then it sold off to 57.
Right.
And then we talked about the pullback, and if it's a trend day up, and it's going to be one of the slow grinds that you said you hated, but it doesn't mean you don't trade it.
Right.
And you got it in the 60s. So guys, that's kind of the flow that I see good traders do is look at it that way. Stay very patient. Matt, you did that. I got stopped out of the highs, so I don't know if I was patient enough, but I just got shooken out of that trade when we were all talking about it's going to be one of the slow grind days, and I was already down about 400, so I didn't want to make it a $800 or $1,000 down day out of the gate, especially coming back from holiday. So that's me, or not a holiday, a vacay or travel. Maybe you call it a holiday. Deanna would call it a holiday.
They call it a holiday.
Yeah. And here's your 90s. Now you talked about your 90s, so we're up here.
Yeah, so this would have been a full target for me. I would have gotten 30 points. Instead, I got 20, which is fine.
Which is fine.
Totally.
I'm not gonna freak out about that. A lot of my and I talked about this a long time ago on a Topstep podcast, years and years ago at this point. But for me, a lot of trading is emotional capital, and like, how long can I keep myself sharp, like you were talking about, and how long can I have, the ability to objectively see the market?
Yep.
And a lot of that comes from like the emotional capital side, the psychological side, I guess, of like, if I'm in a trade and I'm taking tons of heat, I'm going to be drained from it, right? Like, I'm tired. I'm not going to be seeing it as clearly. If I'm in a trade that is going well, but it's still like, I'm sweating it, I'm white knuckling it, even though it's going well, it's like, that's going to wear me out for the rest of the session. So trades like this, it's like, thankfully over the years, I've been able to just be like, you know what? I got 20 points. I'm fine with that. And on to the next, Right. And don't dwell on it. Don't look at what could have been, what should have been. Just like, on to the next. And that emotional capital high.
And Eddie, I want you to bring the schedule up here, because we got an individual that can help you all out, myself included, on the psychological part of everything. And if you're not protecting or working your psychological muscles, or resting them like Matt did by not even looking at the screen last week or whatever, then you're kind of doing yourself a disservice. Because I know since I started trading, Matt, on Topstep TV, man, my weeks, I am exhausted. And I got to go from here to being a founder, CEO of Topstep, and working with the Topstep team on all the cool shit that we're bringing out and helping traders with. Man, that's hard to shift gears. And a lot of people here have dual incomes or dual jobs or whatever too. So
yeah, it's totally, it's very challenging. Or even just to like, one thing that took a lot for me, it was just like how to be a husband and a dad. If I'm having like, trading is very exhausting. And it's also very tilting sometimes, right? So it's like, how do I go have like actual relationships with people and not be a total dick if I had a bad trading session?
If you had a bad trading
yeah, you know what I mean? So lots
I
of
would definitely succumb to that. I would shut off the rest of the world if I've gotten a cold streak. But Michael obviously knows that. But
we would be like,
losses. It's hard.
Yeah.
We would be like, "Where's Andre?" And then Andre worked was a trader, a big trader at a sweet ass boutique, big firm in Chicago, and I knew all his the traders there. Well, a lot of them. Still, one of them's a really good friend. I'm like, "Hey, Burdell, where's Andre?" He's like, "He's taking a bad hit lately." So that pretty much means he would alienate himself. Because Matt, you said the same thing. If you go out, like my wife's
like,
be a
human. You forget how to be a human sometimes.
Right, actually.
All right, so it's up at the 95.
We're still going, man. It's gonna be one of these just.
Yeah. It's a slow grind day, man. It's just there's zero shot of retracing the CPI, in my opinion, as of right now. And like, we'll see what happens at 900, but everything is pointing to endless bid.
John, when do we get in again? Where? Yeah.
The contrarian in me is trying to figure out where the top's going to be.
Me too.
Me too.
Me too.
It's the worst. I'm doing everything in my power to get my hands and not worry about that.
Hey Eddie, can you bring in the schedule so people that are that heard the psychology stuff can hear about it? We got a trade psychology.
Definitely tuning in for that.
We do have Jared Tindler going to be with us tomorrow, Wednesday at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time, and Jared's been with us many a times. So there it is right there, Power Players. We've got that Wednesday. Jared Tendler. Don't miss it. And remember, keep your pencil sharpened, ink in your pen, because taking notes will benefit you when Jared is on.
50-point rotation off of the point of control test. Just, it's like the moves are good. Like that 50 points is 50 points, right?
Hell
it's
yeah.
just it's a pain in the ass to.
That's what they say in Orland Park. 50 points is 50 points.
Hey guys, I sold a 2-lot up at 98.
There it is.
Hey,
Get in there.
Hey, big fat round number, boys.
we're right at initial balance too. So FYI, balance is set 87.5.
Yeah, and if it was gonna and the tilt I was talking earlier about, it was getting a little long, and maybe today heavy longs are in the 65s, 70s. So I'll take one off right now and then leave the other one on for a scratch.
I wouldn't be shocked to see us actually stay in balance, though, to be honest, or initial balance.
Tell me what that means, or tell everybody out here what that means.
So there's some stat, and I actually don't know it off the top of my head. I want to say it's 80% or something like nutty on days that end in initial balance. So again, the first hour high and low. But after a really strong move like CPI, I mean, I have to scroll my chart like 5 minutes just to be able to see the whole green candle. We're up 2%, right? So us hanging out in the 80s here at initial balance high is still a very solid close.
Yeah.
But us rotating 80 to 50 or 80 to 30 is, I mean, pretty not terrible range bound action in my opinion.
Yeah.
That I wouldn't be shocked to see. Obviously we still have, like, as long as we have liquidity higher, 900s, we'll probably sweep it, but I wouldn't be shocked to see us stay in initial balance. So at this point, initial balance would be 100-point range, 87.5 to 90 and a quarter.
887, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
it's about an average initial balance, isn't it, Matt? About an average.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
That's about an average initial balance for the NASDAQ? Right?
100 points. Yeah. It really depends on like, I should honestly look and see like what's the VIX correlation to initial balance would probably be like way more interesting. However, I would say, 100 points is pretty average.
Yeah.
And you'll see a lot of fake out retests of initial balance, especially the last like 2 weeks where we've been like ultra bull mode, right? Where you get initial balance high, we push up into it, you get a 20-point push out of it, and you come back down, you trade it, and it's an amazing entry. So like if we actually do push 900s, 920 here to get that 80 to 20 rotation that I was talking about earlier.
Yep.
We push 920, coming back down into like 80, into this 90 initial balance high would be like a very good long, in my opinion, if we're super like continuation bull mode. But I'm not sold there yet. So
I covered my last one at 82 down there. I just want to be up for the day right now, and then start over with a clear head an hour into the trading day.
Nice job.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was a good trade. Nice fade.
I was getting a little long, big fat round number. Your 80s still would only be taking about 19 handles heat, so there's a better entry. And if it would have popped above the big fat round number of 900, 15,900, then I would have been out. It was a light and tight trade.
Well, the thing is that like the 80s is not like, it's not the end all be all short. It's also just like a nice like take profit area.
Yep,
So like for you, it's like, yeah, you got short 900. So like what makes sense to get out? For me, typically a lot of times it's the 80s.
Yeah, and Matt, I switched it. I was trading for a scratch at that. I was down 415, and I was looking to trade for a scratch. And trading for a scratch is a P&L scratch. I was down 415. I wanted to bring my day back to even. I wasn't looking to be back to even and then up $400. That's an $800 move. I wasn't looking for that big a move. I haven't been catching that big a move, so I'm going to take a higher probability, shorter move to get my day back. So I have a W on the day, which keeps me in the game always, guys. Trading's about staying in the game. Scratch trading is your second best trading day.
Yeah. Are y'all I guess Andre and Michael, are y'all scalping for the most part, or are you trying to actually get like full day plays?
I'm not doing full day plays. I can't read full days.
Me neither. Too much information comes into the market that can change the course of the trajectory of the market.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one, Andre. Yeah, too much information will play out.
John
you guys are doing fine just taking whatever the market's giving you. I mean, it's a situation right now.
If we can let the market come to us, Eddie, yeah, you're right. That's the patience part. You let the market come to you, and then it will. I've always heard the discipline get paid and the undisciplined, or the market pays the discipline and the undisciplined pay the market. Think about that.
Right.
I like that.
So I'm more of a longer term. I'm looking to take bigger bites. I haven't been very successful at it since starting TopstepTV, but I'm working on it. The only reason that I'm not still long the S&Ps is because we did take out the low of the opening range. If the low opening range was still the low, I would probably still be in this long.
Hey, Michael, is it true that if you wave a red cape in front of a market, it'll come at you?
No, it's true if you do it with a bull, and then it'll stick
bulls,
and then it'll stick you sometime, and you might get some. Take a look at what happens if you get the red cape close to your groin.
Let's take a look. Something happened. Who is that? That's Senor Patak.
The hell were you thinking?
That's you. I watched her put the red thing right by my stomach, and I'm like, time out. I'm done.
Wow, she's aggressive, man. You actually got in there.
Oh
Black Labrador with horns.
It was the most epic trip I've had in a while.
That is crazy, dude. That is crazy.
More because we were with a guy in my school that I became friends with. He's from Mexico City, and his family has a ranch right outside of town. His brother-in-law developed the Soho Mexico City house. So it's incredible. So it's like an incredible weekend of just like being like literally in the city, doing with all his buddies. And we all have kids. We had 20 people from Aspen fly down there without kids. So we all kind of partied for a while, and walked around town. It's so beautiful there. Even the street tacos, Eddie,
dude, I can imagine,
are good for you, if you know what I mean.
Are good for you. They're cool. I think any taco is good for me.
I gotta hand it to you, Michael. You could have lost a dear friend in there.
Couple of them, right?
Left or righty?
It was an effort moment because I'm sitting there and I was this third guy, and the first two guys got like wiped out. Their whole back was dirty, and they got hit because you have to carry the thing, and then it goes towards the red. It doesn't go, so you shake it, and when you get it out here, you spin it. And we didn't really know the rules or the technical fundamentals.
You should probably know before you get in there with a bull.
Yeah. Unlike Johnny Knoxville. Yeah.
As long as we're talking Bulls MP, just a reminder out there, I only say this every month or so, is that we will buy a Stetson cowboy hat for the first person to pass the combine trading only cattle.
100,000%. That's what we're going to do. And some chaps.
Say less.
Say less.
Challenge accepted. Okay. I want another cowboy hat.
Yeah.
I want those chaps.
Jose, I love Mexico. Mexico City.
Yeah, crude oil's just ripping all day, huh? So, Michael, you're only trading the SPASDAC, right?
Yeah, I traded. Everybody here trades it, so I wanted to kind of.
All right.
Yeah.
You trade Andre only the NAS, or you trade
S&Ps? Yeah. NASDAQ's crazy.
No, SPASDAC, man.
Or
NASCrack. There's plenty of different names.
There sure is. Sometimes I wish the S&Ps would move like NASDAQ when you're in position, but yeah, for the most part, just S&Ps.
Yeah. NASDAQ.
We're already in dead zone here, huh?
So what happens if PPI comes on tame tomorrow too? Then it's just 4600s coming to play in the S&Ps. We're taking that opening range trade tomorrow, John.
I'm taking it every day just to see if let me show you.
Pull that up, man, because last week it was hitting like nonstop. So the week before that,
this platform shows the opening range as this gold bar right here. Gold bar right here. So this one, it did not. It came within a tick of closing the gap. If we can't close the gap, we go with it. So there's a big push to the upside. We leave a late spike. We open above the late spike. The opening range is the dead ass low. If we take that opening range trade, we're risking about 6 points. The range on that day was 44 points. So we're risking 6 to make 40.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that every day.
Yeah, that's good.
Here's
math
another
right there.
one. Opening range, the low of the session. We're risking maybe 8 points on that one, it looks like. But we're also getting 25. I mean, if we got out near the high, we're looking at 25. Opening range, the high of the day. Where does it go to? Well, this is a big opening range. I probably wouldn't have taken this one because it's too big. But still, it gave at least a 2-to-1 reward over the risk you would have had to take on it because it remained the high of the session. Now here's one that doesn't work, one that doesn't work. This one, opening range, 8 points of risk, 40 points of potential target. I mean, if you take that and you marry it, by the end of the day, you're good through silk sheets.
You're good.
I'm short one on the NAS here.
I'm short 4. I'm short 4 on the NAS up at.
There we go. He's back.
ES is up already over 2%. NASDAQ up 2.25. So that stuff's screaming.
Hey, speaking of screaming, did you see that, Matt? Where it ripped higher?
Yeah, it's above 900.
Yeah, and then it's like they got all the stops out.
Yeah, now you're thinking.
Yeah, and then now I'm in here, which it could firm up again. It's one of those days.
46% long, 56% long.
I'm not looking for a ton here, to be honest. Really just looking for the IBH 887 and a half.
Tilt is up at the 60, 58. So there's something nice around here, but this has one of those like another head fakes in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And those that don't know, a head fake is where it rips higher again and it shakes out the weak sisters.
Yeah,
and
like
brothers.
05, 905.
Yep.
Got 115 sitting there that might happen. So I'm prepared for that, but
yeah. Moon, you said in there San Miguel. San Miguel is one of the most beautiful places I've been. So that's just north, I believe, or something like that of Mexico City. So thanks for that one. I think we have a lot of people from Mexico here. Sounds like it, or a lot of people that have visited it.
See,
if you are from Mexico or live in Mexico,
on the planet.
Yeah, chime in here. It's firming up around here, Matt. I'm going to be a little short-lived and take at least one off. Now I have 2.
Yeah, for me, the last 20 minutes has been fairly, or 15 minutes, I guess, has been fairly rangy. IBH to 900, so 80s to that 20-point range, 15-20-point range. So
yeah,
I'm gonna give it a little bit of breathing room, but not a terrible ton.
Yeah, I took mine off. I had it. I was good in the money, and then I took them all off at scratch. So that's why I like watching the dome, because you see shit rip.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very sweepy.
Eric Cruz, you're Mexican. Baja California surf skate. You're from Mexico. Well,
I'm looking for like 7 more points down here. So
is that Oaxaca? Is that how you say it? I think it is. Andy, I think it is.
That is correct.
Hearing so much Rosaritos. I hear you a lot of California folks go to Rosaritos. Puerto Rico in the house.
folks, we've got some requesters asking about this Topstep X. Until then, we're inviting more people on the wish list each day. So we're going to be going well past the 500 early access. So if you haven't heard from us yet, please be patient. You will soon. So emails are going out each and every day at 10 a.m. Central Time. So check your email here in a little bit and see if you've got the link to Topstep X.
Yeah, I believe, Eddie, we're well over 500 now. So we're just starting to pluck 100, 200 a clip onto it.
Yes. Have at it. It's fun. I love it.
Uh-huh.
Till it's still 50-50. It's been 50-50 this whole way up.
It was 60 up there, Andre.
60.
Remember when
I saw 60s?
Yeah, and I'm like, maybe we don't see 80s today. Maybe the 60s and 65s are where it gets a little heavy.
Well, Matt saw 80s in crude, but I don't know about equity. You're right in equities.
Yeah, how often do you see the equities actually get to 80? Because I see it every day in crude and gold will every day get to 80. But
80s and equities, Patak, what do you think? A couple times a week?
Oh, easily. I'd say 70. You see 75s daily.
Yeah, you'll see 75s. 80s is super heavy though.
80's heavy. I saw a 91 and it was an incredible short. But you have to like still feel it out because there's a lot of buyer when it's 90, when it's so tilty to that side, there's still a lot of buyers in there. And when I'm saying that is like this is Top Step folks that are in it. There's still personal brokerage accounts, me trading over here, blah blah blah. Others, thousands, hundreds of thousands of probably of active traders that trade short time frames from around the world are probably a little bit biased, like we're seeing in Top Step's community, because we're just getting a good sample size of what everybody could be thinking as far as the direction.
Well, I don't want to be a dick for a tick. I'm like a point away from getting filled out here over and over again.
I'll just take it.
It's good for TV.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, I don't want people to start going fade Matt username because I get fade MP username.
Oh, dude, I literally on my YouTube channel, I have like I think it's over 60 fades by Matt account name that have been just.
It's always great. Those, when they pop it in there, I'm like, hey, throw our trading plan checklist up there to James or Robert, who's running the chat. I go throw it up there so that I can say to him, "Hey, in that checklist is a trading plan. Put that into your trading plan because if you think it's such a good fade me, add it to your trading plan because all you have to do is every time I get long, you get short and you're going to make money according to your username."
So I would have gotten filled out fully, but I was a little impatient. I was a little sketched, honestly, more than anything. Not even necessarily impatient, it's just more sketched. But I would have gotten filled out for 7 points. I think I took like.
Were you short or long, Matt?
4.
Sorry.
I was short, yeah.
Yeah.
I was short off that sweep above 900. Came back down after the sweep. Got short at like 80 or 96. Was looking for 87 or something like that. Now we're back at initial balance, slightly below it. Magical 80s still. I mean, the 80s play, man. I'm telling y'all. It's like we're just consolidating the 80s now. It's not shocking at all. The next rotation will either be 820 or 920.
Had a 4-lot short up at 98s and evens, and again got spooked out of it.
Yeah, it's hard to fade this. Yeah,
exactly. I was just gonna say.
I wouldn't.
We're not going to stop trading here within a.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was say coming up at 11 o'clock. Don't forget Trade with Hogue. This is going to stop after shoulder tap with Dolby time. So we're going to continue our look at the markets.
What's your how many contracts are you normally getting in, Michael?
I don't know. It's been going up lately, which is nice. Let me see. I'll see what I'm at today. I kind of like being 30 aside, no more than that. But I'm already at 30 aside. 30 buys, 30 sells.
Hey man, sling that size, dude.
Yeah. I don't know because that's a 4-lot right there. So 4 of them. How many trades?
Well, how many contracts? Like, are you trading 4s typically?
No. Just every now and then when I see a kind of like that read that you had earlier, where everything kind of lines up, and I'm up money a bit. But one's to dip your toe in the water out of the gate in the morning to get a feel, and then I'll jump up to 2s,
and then occasionally it goes exponential.
and then occasionally it gets up to 15.
Yeah.
But what sucks is when you put it on, and John's dad always said this. What's the one when he put it? John, you go with that line.
Moron.
No, that one too.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm curious what's going to happen here at 70 if we snap this 80 level. Value area high, wicks get run, right? So a lot of this 79, 80 flat wicks, rotation into liquidity at, I don't know, 73s, 74s. Could be kind of interesting for a potential dip buy, but we're kind of at the part of the day where we really range out.
This is the wall.
Yeah, where we range out.
So playing the range accordingly is important.
Okay, John, can you guys come over to my screen? Because John, I need you to help me dissect this.
Real quick here. Matthew Page has switched to live cattle and is up $200.
My man.
He's coming for that cowboy hat and chaps. So keep it going, Matthew Page.
All righty.
Giddy up. Giddy up.
Just so, hey, Matthew, just so we're all on the same page, you got yours, don't you?
Oh yeah, mine's in the back.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Kind of the, and they started with flat bills, just so everybody knows. At least that's what I was sold at Kimosabi's. And then
Funny
this one's
thing
getting
is,
back.
somebody asked if Matt had a green screen. Well, that's a pretty cool green screen if it is. Everybody wear your cowboy hat.
Yeah, yeehaw, Matthew.
All hat. What is it? What's the saying? All hat.
All hat, no cattle.
Oh, that didn't work.
Hey, look at that one.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw, it is. I mean, you
gonna be
walk out your front patio in Austin. That's what you're seeing that 1 out of every 10, right?
Right. Well, and there's no cars. Everybody's on a horse. So yeah, just normal life. Normal life.
Drinking mason jar cocktails and
Love it.
tacos. Yeah.
You took it off way too soon. You cannot wear this hat trading the NASDAQ. You'll be
Right.
fashion faux pas.
That's the rodeo.
There's this quick sweep through 80.
Sure is.
Andre, if you had to put an outfit on everybody who traded a certain product, what would you say for a NASDAQ trader?
Where'd the hats go?
Oh, probably like, you know how like those super bike, those motorcycle racers, something like that, like a F1 driver suit or something like that with a helmet on because it's freaking nuts.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd say a shiny shirt and going to the club. I don't know.
Oh, you think it's a party? You call that a party?
I finally got my hat, and you guys take your look.
Look at him.
Oh, let's put them all on.
I don't have one.
Well, because you're
guess I'm
pop
drinking
culture.
cattle.
You're too much pop culture.
Oh, come on.
Which one of these guys just doesn't belong here? It's Andre.
Yeah, you don't want to see. I've tried it. It just doesn't work.
This hat looks like it's too small for my head.
I care about this area. This is that
Okay,
70
yeah, me
level I was
too.
talking about.
Let's get back to work. Damn you guys for distracting me.
This is the pullback.
I'm taking one here. I wouldn't be shocked to see us rotate a little lower, but
Me
I'm
too.
gonna.
There's got to be some profit taking coming in here somewhere.
Well, John,
Yeah.
that's that volume note I needed your help with before we got in the cattle business. Right here.
It's down at 842. 842.
There's some stuff.
We just went through one of the low volume nodes.
I'm in early. Yeah, no, I got out early.
I'll be all right, Patron.
What about Patron?
Thank you,
No,
Nick.
they said poor Andre with no hat.
Euro 30-minute close. Just a heads up. Thanks, Dolby Time.
Oh,
I was gonna say, Andre, if you're drinking Patron right now, then you do have the shiny shirt. You should trade the NASDAQ. 'Cause that's the
It's
club.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, that's the club
Get some
club
Patron.
kid drink.
I'm in two here. 69s.
And I was
long
just
or short.
Long. I'm
Yeah, I was
long. Yeah.
just-
We're diddling in the middle here, guys.
Yeah.
It is a slight diddle in the middle.
It's a diddle in the middle, sort of. Yeah, Andre, they say you need a fedora.
I had one for Halloween.
You did. Blues Brothers.
Yep.
Yes.
John, give me some volume nodes around here. Can we switch to John's screen? Volume profile, shoulders,
All right, here you go.
in the knee of dick.
So, let's go big or go home. We just went through this volume node from up above, right?
Yeah.
This ended up not being supportive necessarily. We were looking for this volume shoulder before to look for an opportunity. We almost got there in B period. That's when Matt saw the jump in Delta.
Right.
On this platform, I can see B Delta ended up being just positive 384 by the end of it.
Okay.
Most of the current Delta, almost as a matter of fact, all of it was in the A period. A period was positive 4,000 Delta. C period, we're starting to see some of that Delta come off. It's negative 1,200. So we do see some more aggressive sellers coming in and trying to push this market lower. So your next volume node for longs is below down here. That's that 42 level.
Okay.
842. You know, this point of control is right here. Which is,
50.
well, it just moved. because we just put up a new bar here. So
Point control should be at 50. I
55 is
think.
point of control, but is that pretty close to the center of the range? So, well, sort of, not really. But I'm not really doing anything near point of control. I want to get near low of value, which is our low volume here. High of value is up near the high. I'm not using this value, this low volume node anymore. It's been run through too many times.
Andre knows what that means.
What's that?
Absolutely not.
No, yeah, I think you should. No.
What did I miss?
Oh,
No, the volume nodes. If you keep going through them, then it's like going through a level, too many times.
Jack, come on, man, help me out here, Jack.
Let's go back to the assless chaps.
That's not a good segue. That's not a good segue.
Come on. All right, what are we thinking here, MP?
I
know what you're
I
thinking.
like the long that Matt has. I like it with a bit of better entry price, but he's looking good thus far.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the
You've got almost 10 handles into it.
We got Europe coming up here in a half hour, like Eddie just said.
Yeah,
That's right. Matt's Matt.
that's
trades by Matt.
And that's why I struggle because I bought one when Matt got in. I was getting long too. I got 66s, but I got out right away because I wanted a better price. He stuck with it.
Still a little heavy. I got close. What was it?
It does feel
77s?
heavy. Yeah. What does that mean? Just so anybody's paying attention, like what does heavy mean?
Oh, heavy for me. Heavy. Ripping is going up. Heavy is coming down. So
There you go.
if I say it looks rippy, I think it's going to go up. I think if I say it looks heavy, I think it's a little flushy. Like it's going to bottom floor will fall out.
Floor fall out, and then you're catching a falling knife, or what do they call it? Yeah,
Yeah.
trader lingo.
All right. Picking bottoms. There's lots of things there that.
Yes, picking
Yeah.
bottom, picking. Yes.
That's what we're trying not to do is pick tops today.
Right. Right.
Good call.
I'm always looking for the on a day like today when it just grinds higher. I'm always after 2:30 looking for the rip to the other direction.
Yep.
But again, you got a lot of patience to wait for that. 4.5 more hours before that.
Long ways away.
So Matt, if you look at the 5 minute and you look at the 30 minute, it looks like it topped out, but then also that it's been a trend day up.
Right.
You're long, you're in the money. How big a move are you looking for right now? Because if you could either say I'm really good with this entry if it continues to the upside. Here's where
I'm looking for 10 points.
Okay.
Ish.
Okay.
Basically retest at the bottom of the range. I think if I was being a little bit more aggressive, I'd probably look for initial balance high, 87.5.
Okay.
Kind of a magnet in my opinion. But I'm not going to be that aggressive with this time of day where we typically are a little bit more slow, rangy, choppy vibe. So look for like 10 points or so. Right now I'm up 3. 3 points.
Oh, JP Rivas passing 2 combines today to 50K and 100K.
GG's,
Way to
dude.
go, JP.
Nice.
GG's, JP.
Double play.
Nice job, JP.
Let's go for the hat trick.
Yo, chat, drop a GG for
Is that
JP.
JP from?
Good job.
Is that JP from group coaching yesterday? Yeah, JP Rivas. Yeah, nice
Awesome.
job.
Good job.
Hold on. So group coaching got JP. Did group coaching help you out at all? Let's give a little plug to the group coaching, and if not, don't say anything. Tell us your internet went down.
Here's one. AL Chemist passes trading combine on Topstep X platform.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
I know we're starting to have folks do that. I don't know if
That's
we
what
got to
I'm
find out because of the tilt, or because it's such a great damn user experience. Or not a user experience, such a damn ultimate trader experience, because that's what it's supposed to be, is a better experience. So it's just the beginning, guys. Just the beginning. Matt, he doesn't use it, which is totally fine. We're not telling anybody to change. You find out what works for you. You got to be confident in your
I am
trading
using
platform.
it. I just am not executing on it, but I am using
You're not.
it.
Yes,
Right,
there you
right,
go. There you go.
Yeah,
And I was just going to
executing
say
yet.
he's using it for tilt.
Right.
As promised, we said 10 o'clock we're going to send those emails out. CS just got his invite to Topstep X. So check your email, boys and girls. You might be the next 100.
And
The UI
you'll
for
get an email
Topstep.
from us, so you don't have to email us because it doesn't help you out, move you to the top of the line or anything if you email us. So just get on the wait list.
See JP's response there?
No, what was it?
Come on.
JP Horn or Hogue is the master of the universe, and Eddie Horn.
Yeah.
Which one?
Hey.
Oh,
Beep, beep.
I agree. I agree.
Masters of the universe.
Phenomenal
I got
cosmic
a little
power.
soundbite on point.
Phenomenal cosmic power in an itty bitty living space.
Here's something here. Sudharshan is asking, I'm looking at the 15-8 evens. The range after the open is to be about 9 to 800. So the opening longs might be taking out. Is this something that you're seeing, Johnny?
I'm sorry, what's the question again? I apologize.
He's looking at the 15-8 evens, the range after the open,
15.
to be 900 to 800. So is the opening longs, could they be taken out?
I'm really not understanding that question.
Okay. Sud, if you can rephrase that question.
It's just too many numbers.
Too many words.
What's 15, 18 even? I don't.
15-8 even.
Look at that face.
That's
Look at
the
John's face.
NASDAQ.
I'm probably missing something there, but I just not getting the question. Sorry about that.
It feels like it's getting heavy, but
Yeah, it does.
Don't listen to me. This is where the weak ones like me go, oh well, and then you start to second guess yourself. So I've been in that slump for a little while, getting myself out of it though.
If you
I get caught in the easy trade, you know. Or
Have you
not
found it
easy
hard to be trading live?
on this?
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Or-
Have
yeah.
you found it hard to be like, you're trading in front of people, I should say?
Yeah, I'll let the other guys answer.
It's different. It's different. That's
Different
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Taking heat on a position, you've never felt, you can feel the eyeballs of how we got 2,800 people. You can feel the eyeballs when you're taking heat on a position. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Yeah. For me, and then
He's not pretty good at it.
and then you just kind of, I'm not saying you get numb to it, but like if you can't explain your trade, then you shouldn't be taking trades live. If you're just one of those guys that look at here, like if you can explain it or have a group of guys or girls, like we have Deanna on here, and she explains it very well.
Yeah, she does.
That's trading. That's me in the pit. I used to be in the pit. Hogue was there, not in my pit, but Eddie was in my pit. And this is exactly how things would do. You talk it just like that, and then you sit down on the pit floor and play Uno when it was super slow. You know, like we did. We played cards on the ground, and that's just kind of how it was.
All right.
So trading, and we'd trade live in front of other traders right there, and they were like literally. So the pits were trading live. So yeah, I mean it's different.
Yeah, that's true.
You got trolls. You never had that in the pit, right? I mean, Andre, you don't have it in your trading in your prop firm. John, you never had trolls, and if you did, he'd be like, you were at the top step. Yeah,
Of course, there were always people saying, "Hey, nice trade."
yeah.
I wouldn't have taken that if I had to, but they don't know. You know, if
don't
you're not watching everything you do and keeping track of your position, they
Exactly.
have no idea who you are.
Did you know everyone's position around you when you guys were in the pits?
Sort of.
Sort of.
You would know if a broker like John came in there, or Eddie would flag in 1,000 lot into the pit, and I stood next to the broker that he'd flag it into, and then he'd hit everybody on the other side of the pit. 100, and every one of those guys, boom, 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 they're all short. There's no way they were already, long 100, so they're covering. So they're all caught short. To me, that's a tilt. That's on the other side of the pit.
That's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the last 100 on that.
No.
No.
Then you get those assholes that be like, whoa, no, I'm off. Because the market just started screaming higher.
You're like, nice try, dude.
Yeah, nice try. You get stuck with it.
Hey, we got time to do a hot streak. Let's see who is streaking and Fuego.
Let's do it.
There it is again. Oh, look who is leading the pack.
27 days.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Melissa Milano.
Oh, John, we can't.
It is
We have to represent.
unchanged since yesterday. Yes.
They're
Oh, yeah,
back.
it is unchanged. 15,280. I remember that.
Max.
Eric
Hell
Kirk
yeah.
with a double deuce. 2,000. Tommy E. 11,000. Carlos with 7,000. And Blake B. These are the same names from yesterday, if I am not mistaken.
Not quite, though.
No? What do we got?
We lost Mr. 11148 himself, Daniel B. Finally broken.
Oh, yeah.
20-day losing streak. Sorry,
We
20-day
did a
winning
great
streak
job, though.
yesterday.
Gosh, 20 days.
New people to the list, I believe, is Carlos, and then Blake reclaimed his spot.
Nice going.
5.
Those are our funded hot streaks.
That's awesome.
Very nice.
Hey,
S&P's testing new highs.
Yep.
speaking of Pitt, Eddie, did you? I mean, we're not going to name names yet, but did you mention at all? We got one of the bigger S&P traders to ever hit the S&P Pitt.
I have not mentioned that. That is going to be a nice surprise for everybody.
Yeah,
Really?
Celebrity status.
Yeah.
Fun guy to talk to also. But I'm not sure when we got this person booked, but yes, he's got some great stories behind his career in the S&P Pit.
He wasn't fun to trade with, I'll tell you that.
He wasn't fun to trade
He
with,
wasn't.
right?
He wasn't.
All right, I'm out of that trade. Plus
Nice
400,
trade, Matt.
20
Dude, I
Nice
was watching
job.
That thing,
Nice
that
job.
thing ripped.
Yeah.
Hey, John Sudd came
Yeah.
back with a rephrase of the question. Said the range after CPI from the open is between 15,900 to 15,800. So there is an
NASDAQ.
expectation to take the lows of the open.
So NASDAQ.
Yeah, guys, this is one of the biggest S&P traders. You cannot have your kids in the room when he comes on. Please
I know
do
who
not.
it is.
He will talk like he wants to talk, and we will not be able to beep anything out because it will be because he and his voice. You'll feel the in it, you know. So he's just a cool guy to hear stories from. And man, does he have stories.
I called him up. And I'm like, Lewis, Eddie. He's like, yeah, that's what the phone says. That's what the effing phone says. Bada bing,
We haven't talked of it in years.
I go, hey, what are you doing?
So Sud Harshan, I have no expectations of taking the low of the opening back in the NASDAQ at this time.
Zero shot.
Matt Hoyt, good to see you, buddy. Matt's got a pretty good statistic here. New highs in the S&P futures after 9:30. Typical 95% chance the low is in, and you double range to the upside.
There's that 87.5. I'd be high again. That's that target that I was saying. If I was feeling aggressive, I would want that. But
Hell
I was
yeah,
feeling
Matt.
less aggressive.
Hell of a read down there. You're up eight. What do we call them? Stacks.
885.
8 stacks. Is that 8? No, 8 Benjamins.
Benjis.
Benjis.
That's funny.
Nobody's fadeable today, so that's good.
Sorry we couldn't help you out there.
Yeah, sorry, could help you fading trolls out there.
It's funny looking at my screen on y'all's deal because my DOM, I have it cut off obviously because my face goes here on my stream,
Yeah.
and so it's funny seeing just the way it looks like on an actual screen when it's wrong.
My wife's got underwear that says that.
Hell yeah,
Back up an IB.
EMM. EMM. They got a Topstep X. Hell yeah. You have 3 XFAs on Topstep X.
Here goes NASDAQ.
Boosting.
Hey, EMM, are you using the tilt? Help us out. Are you using the tilt on Topstep X, and has it helped you at all? And then let's get back to the markets.
Delta. Yeah. John, am I looking at this right? Delta's congruent with the direction right now?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
S&P Delta is a positive 15,000 right now.
Nice read, Andre.
I'm learning.
NAS as well. So I love playing a delta divergence on my 22 range chart. We've seen it a few times. We saw it up at the highs.
Can we show it? Show it to us? Yeah.
Yeah. Let me pull up my delta also so you can see it better. That looks good. So on my community, we call it a ligma. I don't know. It's just like a fun name for a delta divergence. But basically,
Delta Ligma's been all day?
Oh yeah, is it
that's because
are
of
they
you?
ripping it up in the chat?
Yeah, they're ripping it up in the
I thought it was
chat.
because of the joke.
No. It is a joke. It's a joke because it's the name of my one of my strategies. But yeah, it's called a ligma.
We're all wondering.
Yeah. So
What's the
Dolby,
acronym
we
stand
found
for?
out, dude.
I don't know if you know why. Yeah,
We were
it's a ligma, right? Because if you
Dude,
get into the
all right,
train,
thanks
you
for that.
can walk around all puff chest. But
Yeah. Okay, sorry, go on.
so
I don't know what a ligma is.
You don't.
What's it stand for?
Stop.
All right. Well, you can Google it.
Hold on. Go ahead. I want to see this. I opened up my screen to get an understanding so I can zoom in on your screen.
That's why we ban people. Okay.
Oh, don't ban them for saying ligma.
It's like
No.
Columbia.
So anyway,
Yeah.
Delta or price makes a new high, right? So you have a swing high on price. On my 22 range is when I look at
That's
the
what
ligma.
it is.
You have swing high, and then you see price make a new high, right? And in this case, this was the sweeping action above 900 that me and Michael took short on. And delta wise, you see Delta made a new high, right? And then now as we get a new swing high, Delta makes a new low. And then as we get the actual sweep above 900 with the liquidity sweep, stop sweep, 900 cycle level sweep, etc., you see Delta no longer making new highs. That to me is a nice Delta divergence, good for a short. And then you see the same thing here at the lows, basically. We've seen it a few times today. The other one was up here at the open sometime. Oh, right around here, yeah. So we had price makes a new high, Delta getting flushed, right? Good for a little slap. But that's my ligma strat.
That was too funny. That's great.
Nice to know that it. I mean, you're seeing it and using it successfully in the Nasdaq. I haven't been able to do that, but I don't.
Yeah,
trade the
well,
Nasdaq.
and again, I only used a delta divergence like that on a very, very low time frame chart. I don't use it on a 1 minute chart. I only use it on the 22 range because it's giving me that really granular look at what market participants are doing with price action, like true price action, not time-based price action. I don't look at it on the 5 minute or anything like that. I don't think there's any validity there. But on something like this, it's very easy to see kind of strength of buyers.
30 minutes.
Okay, that's helpful, especially also the definition Google gave me for ligma.
Yeah.
Patak's loving this.
The ligma came because I was making fun of there's a bunch of people out there in the trading world who name their own strats when at the end of the day most strategies are recycled. Like we're all trading somewhat of the same concepts, right? Like
Pretty much.
we're either using you're using a TPO chart, you're using value areas and volume profile, you're using order flow, whatever it is. At the end of the day, we're all looking at price over time, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Supply and demand at the end of the day.
Right. So I was, yeah, exactly. Buyers and sellers. So I was making fun of the Enigma. And so I was like, someone named it the Enigma. So I said, okay, we'll just name it the Ligma.
Matt, not gonna lie, man, we were wondering in our Slack channel, are we getting got with this Ligma thing? It kept scrolling through the chat all day today. Finally,
yeah,
that's great.
I would have mentioned it earlier, but I don't have the YouTube chat up. I'm taking this as my nice day to not worry about a chat. So
don't. Yeah,
Well,
actually, they're loving you. Actually,
we'll put your YouTube chat up for you guys. Not your YouTube chat. We'll put your YouTube link up. So anybody wants to know more about the Ligma strategy, tune in. Tune in. Hey, Eddie, I would have thought you would have came up with something when he said TPO strategy. I figured you come up with something pretty quick on that one.
All right.
Yes. Eddie on the spot.
My God, man. We got time here for speaking of yesterday and Ligma. Yesterday's best who weren't using Ligma. Let's take a look at what we got for yesterday's best.
I trade Ligma.
we had bets going yesterday when I told them that I was going in here. They were like, "What are the odds that you actually bring up Ligma?" And I was like, 0.
Oh God,
1,000%. Now it's all over the chat.
All right.
Yeah, here we go. Yesterday's best, the Express funded account, Jordan with 20K. You know, I really think tomorrow, yesterday's best, we're going to see some bigger numbers.
Oh yeah,
just with today. Huanyu with 15K. Here's our buddy Hughes B.
Hughes.
13 in the live account.
live.
And
Nice.
Gary G Yeah, that's Gary Gilmore. 9,991 and David Nivens with 8,693. David N. Well done, traders. Well
Nice
done.
numbers.
Hell yeah.
Nice numbers.
That's some good trading. The Hughes, just so Matt, I don't know if you've been following. Have you been seeing Hughes is since Topstep TV started was many moons ago. Each one of those are a post-it note or for a day. I think he's on here every other day. Feels like it. And so we bring up those that are absolutely crushing it to our live accounts. You know, go figure. Topsteps has been putting people live for 13 years, and we do it on ones that are kicking ass. They're trading prop money.
I just pulled up the YouTube chat, and I just
What do
see
you got?
so many people talking about the Ligma.
Oh,
and
yeah,
a bunch
man.
of other
From the beginning, dude.
bunch of other bogus things. We talked about the 7th leg strat. I was making fun of people who count waves. No offense if you count waves. All good. You do you. But I was making fun of the fact that this is the 7th leg. Just the massive moon shot up.
I mean, if Ligma stays a part of our Ligma strategy stays a part of our conversations, that's the the end goal of what we got out of today, Matt.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's some merch ideas for the Ligma strats that.
You watch Barstool do this kind of thing, and then we're always like, so I think we're switching shops that we use so we can come up with this stuff and bang it out and put it up there really quickly, and then people can buy.
I need some stress balls. If you want to sell Ligma stress balls, I will. My whole community will. I will buy them. My whole community will buy them. Ligma stress balls.
And I'll do it.
If you want stress balls, just go back to bullfighting.
Yeah. It's kind of heavy down here at 70s. I wouldn't be shocked if we got sweep the lows.
I'm just thinking, man. I'm thinking about taking a short.
Yeah, I think it looks heavy. Delta looks heavy to me. We rejected IB, and like I was saying earlier, I wouldn't be shocked for us to rotate initial balance today, just after that CPI move. So it's just about being patient today, more than anything, in my opinion.
100%.
It's very easy. Today's like today, or where you get chopped up to oblivion if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of opportunity as well if you're actually going to be kind of rangy.
Would you say? Well, not in the S&P. It's definitely not rangy, and it's kind of trended higher. But to me, would you consider this a trend day up?
I mean, technically, right? It's around 2%, but I would not call the last 2 hours trending personally. Yeah. I think
What would you call it then?
I think we're ranging for the most part. I mean, we've been in a range. If you want to look at it, we've been in somewhat of a range since 850.
Is it good word for drifting higher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a little slow.
NASDAQ is range bound.
Yes.
S&Ps.
Thank you.
S&Ps do not look range bound.
I don't watch the S&Ps right now, so I have no idea. I'm strictly talking about the NAS. And
we're talking about the NAS.
Rangy.
Yep.
So,
Gotcha.
And here's the sweep. I think we sweep these lows. I think we go rotate 50s, maybe even the overnight highs, 40s.
I have a volume node, pretty big volume node down in the 17s, 15s, 10s, 810s, 815s.
I mean, if we actually break the opening range low, then I would look for a full fade of CPI, but I just don't think that's going to happen.
Oof,
full fade. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it gets aggressive. Like there was no volume that was conducted there, right? So it's going to move quick.
Tilt is getting to the 60% on NASDAQ, which is not too much, but I'd say the 63s to 68%.
I'd love to see him get heavy short.
Yeah, me
I'd
too.
love to see that.
Be careful though, Andre, because on a heavy short, sometimes it does rip a little bit further, especially after a pullback.
What should I do? Time it, or just get the good entry, or let this sell off play out?
I think you borrowed Hoag's chicken bones and seance notebooks.
All right, good talk. Good talk.
I would love to see 20 trade.
I would too.
That would be very ideal in my opinion.
Yep.
820s off of the 880 IB high that would be that 80-20 rotation. I think that would look very good. We got a decent volume down there.
Yep.
It's gonna be hard to do it in the next. I mean, we're like entering lunch chop.
Yeah. Hey guys, put Matt's YouTube back up there. We'll drop the wait list.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on today.
Yeah, you're fun. You're fun to trade with.
Yeah, you're good.
I love it. I used to trade with people a lot. Way back in the day. Like this is like 2018 when I first started streaming.
You were the first streamer.
I took a break after this, but like I would trade in a Discord with a bunch of people, and I used to do that a lot. And then when I started my actual like stream, I stopped trading with people, and it's been fun to kind of. Obviously, I shoot the shit with my chat, but it's been fun to do it with actual people.
Right. Melt up. Chris George Michael's calling this the melt up. I know you used that term before.
I think if you look at it from the CPI open, yeah. Because remember we were talking about the melt up when all that
when was
GameStop, AMC, everybody's like thought they were God's gift to trading back a couple of years ago or whatever. And remember, Andre, we'd have so many arguments, and finally we're like, "Yep, keep trading just like that." Just the new folks that were our buddies that were then all of a sudden like great traders.
They were experts all of a sudden.
Experts. You're like, okay. I know a lot of them. I know a lot of them are stuck on the highs.
Chat. If you're watching, like we got 2,400 people. We're at 1.2. Press the thumbs up button. If you're enjoying the stream. Let's get to 1,500.
And then go over to Matt's YouTube and subscribe over there too. You're all about Ligma.
All right, hey Matt, what are you seeing in the Nasdaq right now? Are we? Is this still the range?
I think we flushed these lows. Like I said, I really love the concept of wicks get run, and so every time we start having like a bunch of like clear stop spots, so right now 60, right, 861, 862. We're getting slapped off of it over and over again. I think we run that level. Delta looks super heavy to me. I don't know if y'all are looking at my screen or not.
Okay, I'm following.
So Delta looks super heavy. So I would imagine that I don't know when, but I would imagine that we sweep this 60 level right here. I think we sweep this with Delta looking pretty heavy. And then the next spot that would make sense is obviously 10 points lower, point of control. But then even the 40s. And then like I was saying, I want to see 20 trade, but I don't want to get into a trade short here, you know. It is diddling in the middle, as
it is diddling in the middle.
Said. So I tough spot, but I do think that we probably sweep these lows. I don't know where the tilt is at.
50. I mean, it's getting a little heavier short.
Yeah, I just
the Nasdaq, the S&P is saying a totally different story.
It really has, John.
Yep.
Well, both are up 2.05% right now, but they got there in different manners.
And again, like we're talking about, like when I'm saying sweep the lows, I'm talking about like a 10-point sweep, right?
For sure,
5 to 10 point sweep. So it's like, yeah, the S&P's, you know, rocking and rolling, crude oil's rocking and rolling, whatever. But like, I'm looking for a micro sweep at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good idea.
But it appears that me and Michael should have held our shorts.
Yeah, we took literally barely any heat.
Yep. That was the short of the session so far.
But then, man, like how hard? That's where I changed my style. Now I'm like, oh, you asked if I hold trade. Somebody asked, I think it was you, if I hold trades throughout the day. And I'm like, no, I'm looking for these moves and then the setup. And then I will peel a couple off and keep one as a runner if I'm up. That's when I do a runner. It's usually like with a 1 or 2 lot ending. If I started with a 4, I'll go take one off. Yeah. And when I do that, Matt, in psychologically, well, not psychologically, actuality, it puts my entry level higher. Sorry, my break even higher. So if I sold even, yeah. And then I'm like, it's never even made a high above 03s today. What was it, 03s? Yeah. And if I would have taken a couple off down to like the 90s and the 80s where it was, then your break even's literally probably up at the 10s or 12. Right, then that's when I'll throw a runner on and let it sit. And then those either turn out to be really really nice days, or still a positive, still second best, winning day. Right.
So right now we just got point of control volume.
Oh, here's the 150 lot. Sorry, there's a 150 lot, Matt, that just traded out at 69.
Yeah.
Offer bid.
Offer.
Okay.
Volume just moved up into the middle of the session. To me, at this point, I'll be looking for like value area rotations. As long as point of control is like dead center of the session, it's very rotational in my opinion. So we'll see what happens. I just, I definitely will not be taking a trade here. I can tell you that.
No, fiddle in the middle.
I do like, I do Like when we have like a very clean, even split, I think we rotate a lot. And I like to see those green to red rotations, or off into IB, because value area is a little higher than IB right now, so we'll call it IB instead, IBH. I still want to see a sweep this level though. I don't know.
John, we might be waiting for that 230 trade.
Right.
230 train. I thought you said that.
230 trade. 230 trade. We'll go sideways, then we'll come off. We'll go in the opposite direction, like going into the close, right? Profit taking, or people, right, John? Where does that come from? I always thought it was profit taking.
Yeah, usually it is.
Okay.
Yeah, unless there's some sort of news event that changes the situation. Yeah. But
hey, can we do this really quick? I see a lot of people asking about free resets. I just want to understand this. It's kind of like a transparency thing. If we didn't do fire drill and reset, would you tune in? Can we do a poll? It's just fair enough. I just want to understand. If we didn't do fire drill and resets, would you tune in to Topstep TV? It's like 80% of them said no.
I can't wait to see how this comes back. Like, no, we're gonna.
I would actually be kind of interested in a long here, 850, if we do get the sweep with Delta holding up. That would be prior point of control.
A poll, there it is. If we did not do fire drills and give away resets, would you still tune into Topstep TV? I'm going to click no.
I say it's at least 65% yes. That's my guess. It's like a value area special situation play, 65% of the time.
There you go.
If it's not 100%, I'm going to crawl into a little fetal position.
Don't do that.
No, cry, man.
Paramedics
hard work into this, man. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not even sure I could get into a fetal position anymore.
All right, fair enough. We got the answer. You can kill the poll. 84% of you said yes, you would. So thanks, guys.
I love you. I love you all.
That's what we wanted to hear.
And we will continue to do fire drill and give away resets or magic potion
and love.
Man, I want the NAS to flush this into 50.
You
really
sure
quick.
do, Matt.
Oh, God, I'm getting impatient.
Yeah, you're talking yourself into this trade.
Yeah.
Man, I'm not going to take it right now, but I want the 50s bad. 40 to 50.
Go to my chart really quick because I see this volume node down here. It feels like, 40 to 50. There you go. 47. Is that what you're seeing?
Sorry, I was not looking.
Jump over to, So you got this volume, Hogue, it starts to go low volume node right about here, the 40s.
Yep.
So we got overnight highs at 40. We got value area low at 40. We got prior point of control at 50, cycle level at 50. So that's why I'm looking at the 40s, 50s personally.
Yeah. So here's your 50s down to 40s. All right. But then if you want to go this higher volume nodes, you're getting down to the 13s or the 20s. Who was saying? I think you were saying I want to see you get to 20 too. So
right,
I like both of those levels.
Yeah. I think the 20s would be sick. And that would be if we do not hold overnight highs, obviously, 40s.
Sick.
But I'll be waiting to see kind of what Delta does.
Why do you look at Delta so much, Matt? What is it telling you for the people out there? What is it? What's the story that it's presenting with the Delta?
Delta. So I'm looking at cumulative Delta. So it is the net change in buyers versus sellers.
Mm-hmm.
So net change in buyers versus sellers is telling me just that. Like, what's the where's the teeter totter on buying versus selling happening, right? Yep. So at any given price, right, you're going to have people who are market buying versus market selling. And I should say that's market. So market buyers versus market sellers. So like right now, my Delta is super heavy. So we got people market selling this.
Essentially, it's telling you who's in control in the moment, right?
Yeah, and then you pair it with the DOM, right? You pair it with liquidity on the DOM and what makes sense from a trading perspective, right? Like you can't just look at it blindly necessarily, but like when you take some concepts of like, this is how the market moves typically. And so like I've seen this play out 20 times, right? So if I've seen it play out 20 times, I can say, okay, when we sweep the lows like this, we typically get a lot of market sellers to actually continue to move down, whether it stops or whatever happening.
That's a product of screen time, hours and hours and hours of screen time.
Right. Yeah. A lot of screen time. But I love Delta. I don't really enjoy Delta on the S&P or crude oil for that matter. I really just like it on the NAS. And I think, again, it comes down to what you just mentioned of like, I've spent I don't know how many, a stupid amount of hours watching the NASDAQ, right? So, just accustomed to how it works. We ran those wicks, so I don't know if we're going to get any lower, to be honest. I hope we do, but I don't think we're going to.
Got hope going, huh?
Okay.
Got Rico Griffin. I like that name. We'll definitely tune in to Topstep TV. I learn a lot from you guys. Keep it up.
Thank you, Rico. Keep watching.
Rico.
Hey, Daruma trade. Lean hogs move so slow. We got a cattle trader in here now, and I think we have a lean hog trader in here now.
Get yourself.
What do you get for? What do you?
Quicker.
What do you have to wear if you trade lean hogs?
Oh,
wheel there, little piggy.
All right, we got starting to get some shorts coming in there on the NASDAQ, starting to grow to 63-ish%. We'll see if that continues to grow. Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little flush like Matt's looking for.
Oh, yeah, you and Matt.
Yeah, I think it kind of happened.
Did it? That was it?
From what I see, for a little while, that was it, yeah.
Okay.
So then that's 57s.
Yeah, I wanted more, but it didn't happen.
10 handles off 57 right now. So if you're holding the perfect 57 low, you're only 10 handles into the money.
All right.
So, Matt, can I show you
Absolutely.
kind of another way to look at Delta?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, me too, man.
If you look at this, if you look at my screen. So this was one of those days where the opening range was the low of the session. We had a gap and the market rotated basically higher the better part of the day. This delta zeros on the open. So the delta for the day session only continued strong to push to the downside while price continued to push to the upside. So if this was a day where I was long the opening range and I'm seeing this delta getting deeper and deeper as price continues to either hold or push higher, I'm holding on to that trade.
Yeah, that's what I was, that slow grind to the upside that I was describing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I would see that exact same thing on the 22 range chart. And that's what I was looking for earlier, where it's like super negative delta for at least for my chart. Every time you push new highs with delta being super negative like that, it is like a full trend day to the upside from what I've seen historically.
Now look at where price has gone to since the longer time frame. And this is what that delta says to me is we've got shorter time frame market order traders hitting bids that are placed by longer time frame traders.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, one more time, John.
When delta is negative and there's a divergence, as in price either holds or moves higher with negative delta, that's telling me that there's a probability that there's longer time frame participants in the market that day that are just placing bids and picking up everything that the short time frame traders will sell them.
Interesting.
So it's like standing in the trading pit and then watching Goldman and all the big brokerage firms buy 2,000 at a time from all the locals. Eventually, all those locals are going to be so short that they're going to basically have to run over each other to try and get out of those trades.
Yes.
Right.
So this is where that all started, right there. What's the low of that bar? The low is 43.58 quarter. The next day, value doesn't move. It's an inside day, but we also have delta negative on a market that's not moving. So then we come and we start pushing higher, pushing higher, pushing higher. We get a pullback. Where to? Where the buyers started coming in here. Right down to it. Next day, off to the races to the upside. And now, again, off to the races to the upside. So
is that green line on your chart point of control?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. These lines here.
Yeah, like on the bottom there where we were rounded out on I don't know.
Right here.
Yeah. I just was looking at that green line.
It's volume point of control.
Okay. Yeah, sick.
It's volume point of control. So the market told us that there were buyers here. It continued to show buying here in longer time frame. Market looks higher, pulls back right to where they started, holds. So there's no adjustment there. And now you see what the market's doing. It's almost like they knew, right?
Right.
But I just thought it would be interesting, and hopefully that's something that everybody can kind of take notice of and use. I love the fact that you use Delta.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool to see that because like I am so scalpy, right? Like I'm not looking at anything big or like even contemplating stuff like that. And at the end of the day, like I'm 100% self-taught. And just like from what I've got with buddies in Discord and stuff, tossing ideas back and forth. So I love the love some more info like that because that's how I learn. That's how
we all learn, man. That's the beauty of this thing.
Well, I can show you next time you're here, Matt. I'm gonna draw you to come back. I can show you an example in gold, where open interest in Delta, kind of, if you were long, in 2 weeks the market moved 200 points, and it was signaled by an increase in Delta and negative Delta, an increase in open interest, I should say, and negative Delta every day.
Wow.
Buyers were just coming in and just running over any short sellers.
Yeah, they were.
I'm looking for short sellers to get run over.
Gold is like my arch nemesis. I've never had I don't think I've ever had a profitable trading session trading gold.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I've only done it like 3 or 4 times and I was like, I don't like it.
I've traded it like 3 or 4 times this year, but it has to be very specific situations, and I'm not touching it while we're doing this. It's just too much to deal with. It's just too much to try and digest while we're doing all of this.
Yeah, there's a few things. I've never traded the Dow. I've traded the Rusty one time.
Rusty.
I've always just traded the Nas or crude.
Mm-hmm.
Every January, I'm like, this is going to be the year that I trade the S&P more. Literally like clockwork. And then I trade,
what happens?
I traded for like 3 weeks, and I fall asleep at my trading desk, and I'm like, all right, back to the spat stack.
My New Year's resolutions usually last a couple of days, so don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we are way past our.
Ooh, we are.
Yeah. But let's get Brett on. We're going to take a couple minutes here, time out. We'll get Brett on, and Matt, you're more than welcome to stay, my friend. Great stuff. I really enjoyed being with you today.
Yeah, it was great, guys.
Are you staying on, Matt? Or are you going to cut out? What do we got?
Whatever. I don't know. I don't have any plans. I was going to leave and go do anything else.
But laundry. I got to start dinner. I got to.
I'm here.
Well, we have tap on the shoulder. So if we want to make it, I know we're coming to the top of the hour. If we want to make that transition, we can do it now. Matt, loved having you on here, guys. Follow Matt up on the very top. Called a lot of great shots, and just like any trader would, you can see them. Sometimes you're not always going to hit them, but he saw every bird that flushed out, and got a good a few of them. So Matt, great trading.
Great trading.
Come on, guys.
I'm holding on to your long right now, since you said we would probably put the floor in here. So I got a Matt position on right now, long from 2 guy from 63, 57 was the low. So if it kind of takes the run, Matt, I'm going to give you credit for it.
Hey,
but other than that, I had a blast with you, dude. This is awesome.
Dude, it's super fun. Andre, good to see you. Hug. Eddie.
Always, man. Yeah. Always. That was awesome.
All right, man. We'll talk soon. See y'all.
Cool. Later, guys.
All right, it's going to take a few seconds here, and we'll be right back with Brett and Shoulder Tap.
Here we go. Tap on Brett's shoulder. Actually, no, you've been tapping on all of our shoulders because we've been trading. So while you were away, Brett, Andre's up money now on the day. I'm up money now on the day I caught that long. This is a Matt Miller TBM trade that I just had on. So Matt, if you're still paying attention or listening, tuning in, thank you. So Brett, welcome. What's up?
Love to hear it. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and love hearing that we're getting good trades put on. It's all we want.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Who do we Yeah, good call.
We're looking good. We got a bunch of traders making some money today. They're doing well. We've got a few traders that are learning some lessons. And I know from the lessons that I've learned as a trader, the market doesn't give them away for free, unfortunately.
Nope.
But the name of the game is limiting the cost of those lessons.
I like that. And I think, Andre, you always said you shouldn't have to pay such a high tuition to learn how to trade. And that's when we started Topstep 13 years ago.
That's because we did pay high tuition.
That's because we did. And like, you can get it now for $49, and that pays for like pretty much the cost of things plus some. But way different than the $90,000 I lost. It just got evaporated in my brokerage account when I first started trading. So,
yeah.
Tell me about some lessons that you're going to share with us that you're seeing that we can all learn from as well from other traders trading.
Absolutely. And one thing to further on what you were saying about, in your case, the losing $90,000. But I had tons of friends that were like, hey, Brett, you're making a pretty comfortable living trading. How do I start doing it? My response was standard. Get 2 years of living expenses if you're going to plan on doing it full time, which is the best way to give yourself the best opportunity to succeed in the markets.
100%.
And then fund your trading account and consider it basically learning money, where you may lose it all. And that may be time to go back into what I would consider the real world. But trading is a great place. We've got some great traders to talk about today.
Cool.
The first one is Dannon. Dannon is in an Express funded account, and they've been a Topstep member since 2023. The thing I really like about Dannon is their average P&L is just shy of 1,200 with 83% winning days.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that I would say to Dannon is there are other clip sizes other than 6 lots. You don't have to do 6 contracts. You can do 1 6 times to get in or to get out. You can scale in and out. However, your P&L tells a great story. Another thing that I really like to see is your average win is over $1,300. Your average loss is just over $400. And you're winning on 50% of those trades. That spread is immaculate. It is what you want to get. And that's why you're at a daily P&L of $1,200. In addition to that, you've taken almost 5,100 in payouts. Your average contracts per day at just 29. I love to see that. Your selectivity with the trades is great. And the average trade hold time is just shy of 10 minutes for both winners and losers.
Oh, nice.
And really, as far as area of improvement, I had to reach for this one, but it goes back to what I had said earlier, where you can scale in and out of trades. You don't have to use what you're ultimately or you're going to max out at for your clip, for your position size.
Well, for one, NASDAQ, a 10-minute hold is a long time frame trader. But I mean, that's a good hold time because you can catch a pretty big move, assuming it's trending. But if it's going sideways, of course, we all know that's just a sideways hold.
Yeah. And actually, I'll get into a comfort test that I used to use in a little bit with another one of our traders. John C. is the next trader I'd like to talk about from New York. John C. doesn't have that great of an average daily P&L by the looks of it. It's $22. John's got 88% winning days, 75% winning trades, which makes John's average win-loss or profit-loss per trade workable. They make $80 per trade, they lose $140. But when you do have a 75% win rate, that makes it work. John also trades real low volume, 8 trades per day, averaging 2 contracts. So right around 15 to 20 contracts per day. He's taking 1,800 in payouts.
Hey, Brett, hold on one second because I want to go back to NASDAQ and S&P, folks. We're breaking now. So just keep an eye on this if you have your levels. I know Matt was talking about right here, right now, between the 40s and the 50s, but he also really liked the 20s. I'm going to go back to what Matt said. He liked it between the 40s and the 50s on the first kind of like little pullback. But if it gets really heavy, and he called it heavy, we call it heavy too. The 20s may be an interesting area too with those volume nodes that are around the 10s to 20s. So just something to think about. It's now above the 50s, but just there's your break, and S&P the same. So go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, thank you for that, Michael. And one thing I think I did omit when I introduced John's trading card, John made it through the Express funded account and is now in a live funded account. And they've been in it for 25 days today. That being said, I love their P&L, even their average daily P&L, because really there's one single day where they lost a ton of money. Other than that, they haven't really lost. And that's the thing that I really like about their trading. Great with managing losses, will get out and just sit on their hands for the rest of the day by the looks of it. And it's that one losing day of over $3,000 that shows how costly a day like that can be. If it weren't for that single day, they would be around $400 to $500 for an average daily P&L.
There you go.
Good trade. Hey, tap Mick on the shoulder right now. Tell him to pause. Go take a break on his typing. I can hear him. You got to give him a tap on the shoulder.
We're asking no more typing for just a second, if that's okay.
He told me he's cut off from typing, like he tells people to cut off from trading.
Yeah, you're cut off from typing like we cut off people from trading.
It's like an old-timey typewriter back there.
I know.
It's a beautiful mechanical keyboard. But yeah, would you learn from that $3,000 loss like it looks like John did? He did it one time and hasn't gone back to it. The next trader I wanted to feature is Lee. And Lee was in an XFA. They are being called up to the live funded account level.
Nice.
And they trade the S&P, the NASDAQ, gold, crude oil. They kind of trade a little bit of everything.
What's their best one?
Their best one I don't have available. Let's see. I would imagine.
Oh, we can keep moving.
Actually, it looks like crude
it
oil is up there. Yeah. But John makes just about $500 on average per day. 58% winning days, 30% winning trades only. But making $400 or losing $139 on a trade, trading about 17 trades per day and 2 contracts at a time. So keeping his costs low with commissions and exchange fees and even NFA fees. Lee has taken over $10,000 in payouts and also is great with taking a loss and walking away. That's the toughest thing to do. Revenge trading, it's fun, it's exciting, and you shouldn't do it.
Okay, I agree 100%.
Really like what I see out of Lee. my best recommendation for you would be to avoid changing anything. That's not to say the old timers, the floor guys and stuff used to talk about how the markets adapt. And they do. You do have to adapt with the market, but that doesn't necessarily mean making giant changes to any of your strategies. Just slowly evolve anything that you're doing in the markets.
That is kind of what we were talking about today, is always kind of letting the market come to you, understanding what it's telling you, make those adjustments. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater type things, but sounds like that's in line with what you're saying, and also speaking with our funded folks about. Yeah.
And then actually, I had a question. I do have one more trader that I'd like to talk about, but I had a question from, I think it's user visible ID from chat yesterday. I was kind of fooled by the name. I thought it was being hidden from me. But Visible ID asked, what consistency is necessary in an express funded account or live account to get increased risk parameters? Great question. Appreciate you asking it. In any of the funded level accounts, we typically ask that you profit a total of $10,000 out of the market before any risk parameter adjustments. I was watching something the other day, and it was a YouTuber, and they were talking about how
hey, really quickly, hold on, Brad, I got to cut you off. Hey guys, we're short 73% now. Tilt is getting tilty. This is the most tilty it's been all day. Yeah, it's something to watch right now. We are below the 40s, 50s is what Matt was talking about. Does that mean we're going to run down to the 20s? This is just the levels that we've been talking about, but tilt is pretty heavy short. We haven't seen it heavy short all day long. So mark this on your chart so then you can say, hey, tilt was right here at this price or at this bias. And then later on by the end of the day, you'd be like, what did that tell me? Interesting. So that's one thing I want to share with you guys. And we haven't found really a bid right now. It's getting very heavy like Matt had talked about earlier.
Great. I'll move on. Visible ID's question about consistency necessary is what is needed to increase risk parameters in a funded level account. Bottom line is going to be consistency as well as taking money out of the markets. It's a hard thing to do. With that, you don't want to necessarily draw down within 10% of your maximum daily loss limit, any of that. You don't want to be volatile. You want to just be slow and steady. There's a trader I featured a couple of weeks ago now, and I think it was they made $200, $400, $800, $1,200, and then they lost $1,000. And they were 2 days beyond that, and they made $200, $400, and I need to check again. But my hope is that that's a great cycle to follow. Love to see it. But we ask that profit 10,000, especially in the live and the XFAs, before you try to adjust your risk parameters. I was talking about just before, I think the markets had moved a minute ago, how I was watching a YouTuber and they talked about getting a 150K account with Topstep. And they said, okay, now I have the flexibility to do 2 contracts of the minis. And I think he was a NASDAQ trader. So love it, that is the attitude that you should hold. You don't need to trade maximum leverage or even more than maximum leverage in order to be successful. Many traders that possibly don't even have jobs trading anymore might still be wildly successful trading 1 and 2 contracts at a time. But as far as Visible ID's question, consistency, don't pull back really far in your account and work for winners.
Ooh, I like work for winners. What does work for winners mean to you?
Working for winners is just being selective. I've heard a lot of talk in the past few days on TopstepTV about traders taking B level trades or C level trades. And Andre, it may have been you that said there's no such thing. There's only A+ trades. Yep. And that's the attitude that you should hold, because nobody is going to be able to flip a coin and be right 100% of the time. Mm-hmm. That is similar to trying to catch every little wiggle that the market makes up or down. It's nearly impossible. You might get lucky and do it for 5-10 minutes or even a couple of days, but you're not going to catch every single one of them, and it's going to catch up with you.
That's right.
But yeah, I do have one more trader if we have time. I've got Moulet, who is in a 100K express funded account, and they are moving to live.
Nice.
Trading the S&Ps. Average daily P&L of $1,600.
Nice.
Winning days 89%. Winning trades 80%.
There you go.
Average profit loss 426, negative 543. Oh my gosh, on 80% trades. I'll take that all day.
Absolutely.
All day long.
The math is on your side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Average trades per day is 6, and they're doing 5 contracts at a time. They've taken just shy of 10,000 in payouts, and they're also very selective with their trades. And I did mention they're trading the S&Ps, or the SPOOs on the street, as the traders like to call them. Their average hold time is over 45 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And they do use five contracts to get in and out. And this was what I had mentioned earlier as far as the comfort test. Do you pass the area for improvement is, do you pass the comfort test on these long trades that are upwards of an hour?
What's that?
Excuse me. I used to call it the bathroom test. And if
I think I know where you're going, and I think
I used to do this. I used to do this too.
Yeah.
I always made it to the facilities. I never, had to do some things that other traders have done. But am I comfortable enough walking away, or maybe running occasionally, and leaving this trade on? First things first, I'm putting a stop in if I'm doing this. I'm not going naked, if you will, to the bathroom.
In what way? I'm sorry.
Right. And
that's a good analogy.
But I'm not going to leave an unlimited downside when I step away. And am I comfortable enough to run away from my computer for 2 minutes and leave this trade on? If I'm not, maybe I should take some size off whether or not I do step away.
That's true.
But just a good litmus test to benchmark, is this an A+ trade or not? If you're not comfortable with it.
You say ligma test?
Well, here we are. Hello.
I don't know what I said. Litmus.
Litmus test. He knows. He heard you, Brad. He knows exactly what you said.
Sorry, Matt, that goes out to you and your crew. All right, litmus test. Okay, the bathroom. Can you go to the bathroom in enough time?
Comfortable enough running away to take a go to the bathroom with the position on.
Yes.
Yeah, and that'd really be my only question. But when you're posting numbers like Moulet is, I'd be pretty comfortable.
Absolutely. But yes, what does he say? It doesn't always have to be a 6 lot. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think for Moulet it's 5 lots. For the earlier trader, it was 6.
6 lots, yeah.
So these are the traders you got. You got quite a few handful of them going up to the live level. And those that don't know, when you reach the funded level, you start an express funded account. That's a sim funded account. And this is your ability to continue to showcase your ability. This is your opportunity to continue to showcase your ability and still be able to profit from it.
Yep.
And then when Mick and Brett and the risk management team runs their numbers and they see you're really kicking ass, they're going to talk about it here. And those are the ones we bring up to trade live capital. So it's kind of our way of managing our risk at the funded level is to see who's really crushing it and then put them on live capital trades. Those trades go to the exchange, they're live trades. And if you're ever really, really good at trading in general, you do not stay on a simulator your whole life. We will never do that here at Topstep. If you're trading at another firm, you're playing video game money, and don't do that. Come to Topstep and get taken live if you're absolutely crushing it. So you got a handful of those folks doing it. And last week you had even more, right?
Yep. 29.
29?
29 live
cool.
traders.
Pro
man.
baller.
Yeah.
Pro
Wild,
baller.
yeah.
We saw a lot of good things. Hope to see it again today and the rest of the week.
Well, cool.
Great stuff, man. People love the shoulder tap segment.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. You guys have a great afternoon, and I think we'll see you Thursday again.
Hell yeah, man. Awesome. Thank you.
Andre,
Thank you.
You got this sell-off right now.
I'm watching this. Do you think it's going to fall over?
I don't know. I was just long 4, but then I covered pretty quickly. And then now it's back here. So I'm glad I covered.
Good job. Good job.
I was looking for a nice pop out of that. And it was, I got in around the 40s, 42s. And that was the low of Matt's 40 to 7 or 40 to what you call it?
Dude,
50.
what a good showing. What a good showing by Matt.
Yeah, no, he just read the market so damn well.
I feel like it's getting better every time.
Hey, you got the hot mic.
Is
Hot
Brett
mic.
still on the mic?
Yeah. And you are getting better all the time, Brett.
Yes, you are, Brett. Never forget that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I think they want to take a break here before the next segment with power play. We've got Hogan Dolby coming up. So I think
Just
that's
really
it for
quickly
us.
before we do that, Andre,
What do you got, Patak?
we got tilt being tilty down here, but then we also have this floor that when Matt said it gets heavy, the floor falls out from underneath it. We also
does.
talked about the 20s and the 10s, the 20s down there. He liked the 20s, so just keep an eye on that. S&P is not catching a bit, as you can see. S&P
Sure isn't.
lows, and that S&P is right here up in the 5-minute that I have. But look at this volume, this volume node that John talks about. The higher one right here, like you could put this is a 5-minute, and here's this little no man's land area. So does it firm up and get back into this area, which is going up to the 50s, all the way back up to where
Oh, there we go. See a lot of these,
there's
you
a
see
stop,
that?
There's a stop run.
Yeah, a lot of these longs are going to start freaking out about their profits and stuff.
Yep. So, hey, guys, keep an eye on this. You know where tilt's at. It's very, very heavy short right now. The average price of the shorts is 54. So they're in about 14 handles in the money. The average price of the longs is 41. So they're right here right now at the money. So just something to think about. Mark it on your chart or write it in your notebook. But we're going to take a cut and be back with top quiz, right?
No, we got more. We got top quiz. We got I think we got Hogue and Dolby doing some team trading here after a little bit.
Oh, well, that's even better.
Yeah, sweet.
So we're cut out. They cutting us?
Yeah, they don't like us
Michael,
anymore.
if you want to stick around with them, you can. But
No, I just got back to the office this week, so
you got a company to run.
I got a laundry list of to-dos.
All right. Well, thank you guys. That was really fun. Shout out to Matt. That was awesome. Great trade. Hogue taking that opening range trade. That was money. Good job.
Yep. Hey, everybody, I think is up money right now. Great trading to everybody. Thanks, Brett, for coming on with Tap on the Shoulder. Jack, you're awesome. Eddie, you're awesome. Hogue, you're awesome. Trades by Matt, TBM. Guys, check him out. He's an awesome guy, even just to hang out with. And if you ever see that cowboy hat on him, he's trading crude oil.
All right. That's good.
We'll see you guys
later.
All right. Welcome to our Power Players segment. My name is John Hogan, and with me is Nick Dolby, also known as Dolby Time. If you're part of our Discord, I'm sure you know Dolby. Dolby's been like with Topstep since like just about the beginning, not only as a trader, also as an employee now. It's great to see you, Dolby. Thanks for joining me today.
It's great seeing you as well. I'm not sure who decided to put two drummers on the air at 11 o'clock unsupervised, but here we are.
Now that is good. I like that.
Here's a cat. Everyone's saying hi to Gus.
Hi, Gus. Hey, Gus.
Good down.
Good thing Lacey's not up here. She'd be jumping over my desk right now.
Well, maybe we just have a cat and dog stream, Hogue, and then we see who trades better. I don't know.
Yeah, just like set up some hotkeys and let them hit the.
Yeah, right. Just smashing the buy and sell button. I think Gus is a high frequency trader. He's pretty skittish. He's pretty skittish.
Probably.
He's pretty skittish.
Lacey will probably do it once or twice and then lose interest and then go lay down.
That sounds like a profitable strategy. I'm not going to lie.
It could be. It could be.
So, how'd you guys trade today? It sounds like most of you did pretty good.
Yeah, I think everybody was up a little bit by the end of the session here, just before our session here, and I think the opening range trade managed to move my stop far enough away from the market to stay in the trade. It took about a little over 9 points on it.
Wow,
but
nice.
Because the opening range did get taken out on the low end, I took the long because it broke out the upside first.
Mm-hmm.
But because it did take out the low end, that kind of took a little bit of the probable trend day away from that. So when we got up near 4,500, my weekly kickoff level right here, that's where I got out. So we were long at 91, got out just short of 4,500. And if the opening range would have been really the dead low of the day, I probably would have stayed in it.
Did you
a little bit longer? But we did the trade.
Did you take profits because it just felt right, or?
Well, I took profits because look at what it did here on this 5-minute bar. Got up to my weekly kickoff level, which are levels that I'm looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory, and it really fell off of it quickly. So I'm thinking, oh man, this is not good. So when it got back up there on that next 5-minute bar, I said, you know what, I'm going to take this. We'll look for more opportunities as the day goes on. So yeah, it did it. We went up to about 45.80, and I think our good friend Anne Marie Band was looking at that for a potential short. She took a couple of short scalps off that, which was great. Those were good. I mean, if you fell in love with them, you weren't going to make money for long in them. So glad she kind of treated them as a scalp. And I've been watching the highs here, thinking, when is this thing going to crack? When are we going to get a pullback? I stepped away for 15 minutes to let the dog out, and that's when it started to break.
Oh, of course, that's how it works.
Right. So now, what are we looking at? I mean, we're holding above 4,500, that weekly kickoff low. On this platform, on the with this volume profile, our value area low is right on 4,500, the weekly kickoff level. So looking for possibly an opportunity to look for an execution down there. Here's the market profile on T4. I know you're familiar with this.
I'm familiar. I still have no idea how it works, but
the profiles say go.
Yeah, I don't know why there's letters on my charts, but to each their own.
Right. So 4,500. There it is. It's the volume value low. That is correct on both of these platforms. So this is where 70% of the time and volume has been exerted in this market. This could bring us a decent opportunity. At the very least, Dolby, it gives us a chance to limit risk. If we start taking out these single TPOs from a period down here, something may have changed. So that's kind of one of the things that I'm thinking about, getting into here. If we get the opportunity, we were just showing some pretty deep tilt to the short side in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. Currently, we're short 63% of our traders that are in a position in the S&Ps are holding short positions.
Yeah.
So check this out, Dolby. This is pretty cool. Look at when we first came down here, this is on a 5-minute chart. This is the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the value low is, right? Yeah. We got really short in the hole down here. 75%. At one point, we were short 75% of traders here at Topstep. Yeah. That's in the trading combine and XFA accounts. That's thousands of traders.
And you marked it right there, huh?
They were all short down here.
Cool. I'm looking forward to seeing how our traders, they're going to start using the tilt for their trading strategies going forward. Like, I wonder if they're going to start marking up their charts like you did and be like, hey, CL's 80% overbought here. Let me mark this line on my chart.
Right. I mean, and you know, when we have as many traders as we have trading the NASDAQ, there's Lacey again. Let me close my door. Hang on one second.
Yeah, not a problem. And if anyone has any questions in chat, feel free to ask them. I think a lot of the traders in here are relatively new. Last time I did a poll, it seemed like almost 80% of the traders were new. I've been in Topstep since 2011, so going on 12 years.
As long as I have been.
Yeah, I mean, crazy, right? Yeah, if anyone has any questions on trading combines, stuff like that, how to pass, I mean, I've done a lot of them. Gotten funded, took some payouts, had some good success. It's a great time. Trading's awesome.
Now he's part of the team.
Look at that. Professionalize my passion, and here I am.
There you go. Excellent.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was watching crude oil, so I took a bit of a break from trading the last probably like 6 months or so, and just got back in recently. And doing crude oil. Oh, my chart's up? No, not yet.
I got mine up right now, but we can put yours up if you want to.
Yeah, I got some simple quant tower charts.
Now you're up.
I can kind of, I got you on YouTube. I'm still, hey, there we go. Cool. Yeah. So if anyone's interested in doing crude oil, I mean, I can kind of give you a rundown of what I'm looking for. So pretty typical. We're going to do top to bottom. So here's a daily chart. We got some levels locked down. I got this one right here. Got it locked on Quant Tower. Don't move this. I don't really like redoing my charts, so I like using this lock feature in Quant Tower. So all I really want to do is just find big levels that I think are going to be important. I think Cook, you probably do something similar. All the traders do something similar.
Mm-hmm.
And you keep on marking down your levels. Here's your little trend lines, uptrend. Looks like we came back off of this one. I didn't place any trades today, unfortunately. I wish I did, but there's still time. And you keep on getting narrower. And so what I like doing for crude oil, and what's interesting about, I guess, my trading strategy is that I developed it in the trading combine and kind of just like carried it with me through like the entire time. And so what I really like are these little consolidations. Those are my favorite things to trade. And I don't trade anything else. 5-minute consolidations are my setup. And all I'm looking for is basically a consolidation at a level that I have. So I call it level time trade. I put my levels on my chart. And if we spend some time there, I feel fairly certain that I can at least get a coin flip on the position. And if my coin flip is right, then I just got to be better than 50% or better than 40% on 2 to 1. So it's not like a bad setup. It makes sense. Puts the odds in your favor. I know some people don't like trading consolidations, or some people like trading them, like trading the breakout, and they don't want to be involved in the middle.
Right.
Personally, I like buying the lows, which is, I think, a little bit awkward for some people, but trust me, it works. So like, we just want to buy these right here. This little level there looks good. I'll get this out of the way. As you can tell, I'm a little bit, there we go, rusty with my charts. Yeah, you just want to like buy these little levels right down here, or sell tops, because then your risk is really locked down, right? So if I want to do, right? So if I'm bullish, I can play I do what, 40 long, 20 short, right? And now my 20 tick stop is down here. And if it goes down there, then this little consolidation is pretty messed up, and it's going to fail, and that's fine. And then sometimes, you know, maybe it does a little stop run, and then runs back up again. But, you know, buy lows, and then coin flip on the 50-50 and breaking out or breaking in, or breaking out or breaking down, and then you just ride it from there. And that's it. I mean, that's pretty simple. Like, the hardest part is, I would say, managing risk, for sure. And then chasing stuff.
Right.
Because if you miss the consolidation or if you don't get filled, then you get really frustrated. And then your entry, great, you're only risking 20 ticks. I think Deanna, she said she risks 35 in crude oil.
In crude oil, yeah.
Which to me that's a ton. But she's holding trades. That's $355 per trade.
So, Dolby, I got a couple of questions for you.
For sure.
From the chat here. So, there are a lot of folks who are kind of interested in, what it was like at the beginning for you. We've got, did you fail a lot when you the beginning of the trading combine? How long did it typically take you to pass?
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take you to become a profitable trader?
Oh boy, there's a lot of questions. What was the first one? We can just go down on a.
Well, it's kind of all kind of related, right? Like why did you fail a lot? How long did it take you to become profitable?
Probably the trading combine for like 2 years. And I'd say I was probably in the zone for like a good 2 or 3 months and then got complacent.
Really? Yeah. So the complacency can kill you, can it?
Oh yeah. I'll tell you exactly how it happened. So I had a routine where I would wake up, I don't know, with like about an hour till I was ready to trade. I would meditate for 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes at night. Do some journaling, maybe go for a walk, kind of like the basics of a morning routine. And I was trading really, really well, and it felt great. And then I knocked my meditation down from 20 to 15. And I knocked it down from 15 to 10. And then it went from 10 to 0. And then my funded account went from plus 2,000 to $0. And so that's how it happened. Right, you just have to be so consistent throughout. That's what happens. And I would say if you haven't been funded before, I think the first time you get funded is amazing. It's a super cool experience. And once you've done it, getting funded a second time is half as hard. It's like that guy who broke a 4-minute mile. No one thought anyone could do it, and he did it, and then like a bunch of people did it afterwards. It's kind of like a similar thing where like just do it once and you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. And then you got to switch mindsets into now I'm in a funded account, and so then your mindset will switch a little bit. And some people experience all sorts of different like psychological issues once they get funded. Some people get super excited and kind of get turn into little puppies, and they want to place a bunch of trades, and then you get into
I call it Lennying their trading.
Lenning.
Right.
From who? Lenny? The only Lenny I know is Lenny Bruce. No,
Lenny is a character from Of Mice and Men, who's not. He's not all there, but he loves little furry animals, so he picks them up and puts them in his pocket and pets them till he kills them.
Oh yeah, that's what I do with my trading accounts.
It's trading accounts, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's really, really typical. And I think especially for like really competitive and like passionate people, that it's like market jujitsu. It's like the market uses your own passion like against you.
Against you, yeah.
And so it's really hard. And I'm a very like passionate and competitive person. So I have to be very, very careful with managing my emotions, which is why meditation was so great for me, because it allowed me to kind of like get centered and prepare myself mentally for, accepting whatever the market is going to give me. But, as I started getting away from that routine, then, acceptance became really hard. And then, are no longer to accept what's happening in the market, then you're going to fight it. And then you're going to lose, basically all your money.
Right.
So it's only a matter of time. Like the market will take all of your money in time, unless you're able to, be responsible, be disciplined, hang on to all that. Crude oil has a pretty interesting spot right now. If anyone is watching crude oil, so we touched 79.80s, pulled back, which is pretty common. So if anyone trades or is interested in trading CL, just like some super basic pointers. The levels like 78 evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s at any denomination are all super solid levels typically. Like here, we got to 79.80, really, really close. Here's a level 80.20 up there. What else? Oh, look at
It
this.
was you.
77.80 again. We're at 77.80s. Yeah, for some reason, evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s are really solid levels in CL.
It's kind of funny you're saying this because Matt from Trades by Matt was saying that in the NASDAQ. Yeah, he's like,
really? That's
80s
really
and
interesting.
20s seem to be important levels.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it to be pretty solid in crude oil, especially if you can pair it with a consolidation. The reason why I like waiting for consolidations is because crude can really rip. And so if you don't get that kind of time value like on your side, then I feel like it's really easy to get run over in positions.
So what do you like about this spot here? Is it long or short?
Yeah, long. So I had in my notes today, and this is, I literally just started thinking like this maybe like 2 days ago, coming back with a fresh mind. So when I look at a crude oil chart, I want to identify what trend we're in, and then I want the levels. So the way I'm phrasing this now, because I am a terrible biased trader. I love shorting crude.
Okay.
And the reason being is because that's how I made all my money.
Right.
Trading at Topstep, because if you're new to trading in general, well, back in the mid 2010s, crude oil was an insane trade. It ran up to 150.
Right.
And then came back down just as fast. Like the volatility was absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
And so if you get conditioned, to go short all the time and you keep on making money, then obviously you're going to keep on doing it over and over and over again.
Kind of a history bias there.
Oh, 100%. So in order to try to combat that on my way back, I want to identify long-term trends, and I'm going to call this a staircase, right? We're going to build a house on the charts. So the trend is our staircase, and then the levels are our floors. And the way I'm going to think about this is listen, if I can follow the trend, I can build myself a house with the money I make from trading. That is the idea. Thought it up 2 days ago. I pray it works because I suck. I suck at going long crude. It's really, really hard for me to do, which is why I haven't taken a trade yet. But
maybe at least you can build your stairs. Maybe not the whole house, but build the stairs.
Well, exactly. And it's I think a lot of us as traders love counter trend trading the market. I don't know why. I really don't. Because God doesn't make trading hard. If you're just constantly shorting an uptrending market, it's this feels hard. Why is trading so hard today? Right. There's a 90% chance that if trading feels hard, it's because you're in the wrong direction.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah. You're not going with the flow. You're fighting the market. Because if you get in a position, ideally, it should run with you. Pretty easy. Okay, so anyways, why do I like this level? We have our 78.80s. I'm on the 30-minute chart. Let's go down to a 5. Really nice consolidation at 78.80s. And then resistance turned into support, which justifies this uptrend that we have. So yeah, I probably should have been at least putting in an order here. Oh, let me get rid of this one though. That almost got filled. Yeah, this would have been good. At 78.80, could have put in an order there. Your stop would have been down here below 78. It would have been down by 78.60. And let's be honest, if we had gotten down to 78.60, this chart would look pretty different.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's you want your stops to be in places in which it's going to invalidate the structure.
I mean, it basically traded right down to value low in profile speak.
Yeah. I think that's funny. I think that's kind of why I don't use volume profile as much, is because I feel like that stuff appears in the charts.
It does to a degree, It does to a degree. Some of the finer details that you lose if you're not looking at it, I'm a fan of the market profile too. I haven't even looked at the profile in crude yet today, but yeah, it traded right down to value low, and you're getting a nice little bounce off of that. Nice job.
Yeah, so it would have been a solid trade. Did not take it. Really wanted to. I also thought this short up here was really interesting at 79.80. There we go again with the 80s. like I said, I didn't want to take it because in my journal this morning, I was like, I only want to get long. Trends are up. I don't want to fight the market and get cute. This is just, it's not worth it. And when crude oil is trending, it is just such a lovely market to trade.
Sure.
Such a lovely market.
I can understand you not want to take that short. I mean, it put us into a previous gap between Monday the 6th and Tuesday the 7th.
Yeah.
And there's a nice gap up there.
And like, I think 2 days ago, I probably would have taken the trade. But yesterday, I really wanted to make a point that I follow this plan that I put in place this morning. And to me, if I had put on the 79, let's say 79.70 short up here, and I lost, it would have killed me.
What did this? Yeah.
Right. So like,
because it wasn't really part of your primary hypothesis, right?
Exactly. It wasn't part of the plan. And so this is my personal account. I'm only risking $20 a trade, but the emotional value of losing on a trade that I shouldn't have taken is worth far more than $20. It's probably worth closer to like 500.
Right.
Of like the amount of damage it's doing emotionally, because you don't want to start doing that habit. It's like, oh yeah, yesterday I got a plan, and then today shows up and it's like, F the plan. This trade looks good. And it's like, maybe that works. Not sustainable though. Not even remotely sustainable. It's just not going to work.
Somebody's asking if you train in jiu-jitsu.
No, I don't. I go to the gym. I like being active. I don't have any martial arts ability whatsoever. But I do think trading is a great way to help build discipline though, and get you into those aspects of martial arts or going to the gym, any of that type of stuff. I think it's great. It's great for traders. A lot of traders do it. Curious to see if we go over 79 10s. So now we're back up here. Again, let's put on these 80s. Let's color them a little bit differently for the time being.
So you're going to try and get into this now?
If it comes back down, yeah. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what happens. It is coming back. Actually, maybe not. It didn't even make a higher high. And like, to be honest, like we're at like 11:30. This is lunchtime trade, so it's not great.
Right.
Yeah. And so it's iffy. This is very much so is my setup. No doubt about it. I mean, you got the consolidation, you have the level. So this should be a trade taken for sure. This is the third part. Level time and then trade. We didn't get a new high here. And we're coming off. So like typically in crude oil, you can kind of divide the day into, I would say, 3 sessions. So if you're getting into crude, this is kind of how I look at it. You have your 8 until 10 is like the first session.
Right.
And then you have what I would call Euro close, which for crude oil is really important in my opinion. Where's my vertical? I can't get a vertical line. That's okay. So typically for the Euro session in crude oil, if it's a slower day, typically between 10 and 10:30, you will get a reversal of whatever the previous trend was between 8 and 10. And the reason being why I think is because you have all of the short time frame European traders closing up their positions.
10:30, yep.
So you can only imagine that, hey, I don't want to be long anymore. So let me flatten, and then you start getting all these people unwinding. So here we have crude oil, 7:30, huge pop. And then right around getting into 10, we start tapering. And then we have 10 o'clock is right here at 79.50. And it just fades all the way down, all the way down. And then it's probably going to do nothing till about, I would say about 12:30. And then either we get continuation or we're going to come back down again.
Right?
Yeah. And this is not great. Not super excited. I'm also looking for 40 ticks. And to get 40 ticks from here, we'd have to go to 79.20, which I don't know. Probably is possible. I think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a full rotation of value high, you're up around 79.40 even on that trade. So
yeah. And I'm just trying to get 2-to-1 on everything. I have this nasty habit, Hogue, of switching between profit taking methodologies, and it's terrible. It's such a bad habit.
How do you mean like profit-taking methodology? I mean, you either have a trade where you can reasonably and probably see a profit target, or if it's like a major trend that you're in, maybe you don't want to have one. But that's, something we have to work on. What is your issue?
Well, I think there's two school of thoughts, and I've had success with both of them. One is fixed profit targets for all positions, right? So I risk 20 to make 40, risk 100 to make 200, or you can inverse it, risk 200 to make 100, whichever one. The other one is putting on a trade, setting a level, and, Jesus take the wheel. And whatever happens, happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I think both of those strategies are honestly very successful. I think they work completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, in the right situation, both of them are valid, right?
Yeah, but they absolutely work. I think the problem, though, is if you get caught switching between them, you're never letting like the edge actually resolve. And you're never really taking profits consistently either. So you typically end up, if you trade a one lot and you're in 40 ticks of profit, part of your brain is like, I should take this right now.
Right.
And then the other part is, I should let it run because I might be able to get 80. And now if you're having that struggle in your head while you're in the middle of a trade, typically it does not end up well.
No. When
you get nothing. You end up getting zero typically is what ends
up
happening.
when I get to 40 ticks in a trade and I start seeing dollar signs like, okay, how much more can I get out of this trade? Yeah. I know that I'm much better off just taking the trade at 40 ticks and then not worrying about what happens about afterwards.
Yeah.
Because when I start getting dollar signs, that's usually going to be a high or low, depending on what direction it's going, right?
Yeah. 100%.
So, I got a question then. I like this question, and I want to make sure and ask you this, Dolby. Dave C. asks, I find that my strongest bias comes from just being in a trade. Any tips to retrain that out of my training?
Just, do you mean like whatever trade you're in?
Yes. If you're long, you're thinking it can only go higher.
Yeah. And if you're short, vice versa.
You can only go short.
I mean, it probably depends on what your trading strategy is, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing because that might be helping you stay in positions longer if you have more conviction.
Got it.
I don't know how it's manifesting in their trading.
Right. That's one thing we don't have in the questions, right? So, I was going to just kind of say, you put the trade on for a reason. You have hopefully a reasonable level that if price gets to is going to probably tell you that the trade is probably wrong. We don't get any smarter once we put the trade on, Dave. We don't get any smarter. Yes, we always, want to monitor to see if we're missing something, if something is kind of contrary to what our position is. But the human brain, I think the mind has a tendency to discount things that we disagree with. I mean, just look at the world today. I mean, it's kind of obvious. So, in trading, it does the same thing. There may be a position that you're in that you're seeing something is contrary to where you think, where you think the market is going to go. It's, do you respond to it or do you not respond to it? And again, when you have that bias, when you have that position, you're looking for the trade to go higher. If it doesn't go higher and hits your stop, well, there's your answer. It didn't play your way. But it's so difficult, I think, to remain objective when you have money in the game. When you have skin in the game, it's very difficult to remain objective. And somebody said to me a long time ago, we don't get any smarter once the trade is on.
No.
Unless there's something major that changes, stay on it.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, is that you have no idea what is going to happen after you put on a trade. And, Mark Douglas talks about that all the time. And there's,
100%.
Stories, too, of, what was that? The story he used to tell is, that he had some, clerk or something come in and it's like, oh, technical analysis, the market's going to go here. And then some when he calls in like an order of like 300 and just destroys the guy's technical analysis. I mean, the guy's like, yeah, cute lines. It's like, yeah, you just don't know. Like, you have no idea what's going to happen once you put the position on. And I can't tell you how many positions I've overmanaged into losers that were winners.
Mm-hmm. Like, and I did that yesterday, as a matter of fact. If we go to my charts, there was reason for me to believe the short that I took yesterday. And let me get back to it here. The short that I took from the opening range yesterday, opening range was initially the high of the session. So I'm looking for a bigger pullback, right? I'm trying to stay in because the opening range was the high of the day. Well, when we got down here, the tilt that we were talking about was like 75% short. And I said, well, sometimes the tilt gets paid, but it was really a sign for me to say, you know what, maybe we should just take this $300, $350 trade, be happy with it, and then look for the next opportunity. Instead, it came and took out my stop. So that was information that was available to me that I saw that I discounted because I'm looking for a bigger move.
Right.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I can't tell you. I've probably lost at least 5 figures in over managing positions. Thinking that somehow, my tape reading skills has determined that the market is no longer going up and that my trade is no longer worthy. And then it goes like another $1 or another 100 ticks. It's just like, you just don't know. It's just not worth it. I mean, honestly, if you have trouble with that, in my opinion, there is nothing wrong with putting on your trade, having your bracket order set up, and leaving until the trade resolves and then come back. It's like, what are you going to do?
It's hard to do sometimes, you want to just sit there and trade it, but you've got a stop in, you've got a profit target in. Maybe they're connected, maybe they're not. Mm-hmm. I did that the other day. I had a position on, and I went and took a shower.
Yeah, it's like, what are you going to do?
I'm not gonna be able to make it go anywhere. If I just sit here and stare at it, it's probably not going to go anywhere. So we'll do something. Come back and check it. Yeah,
and if you want to switch back to my charts, it's like I got this box that I'm trying to drag over, and it's like, if you were like short up here and wanted to target down here, like, it could take literally any path to get down to 78.80.
Right.
Like, you don't need to watch anything that is happening in this yellow box because literally none of it matters. You don't need to know what happens between your entry, your short up here, and your target down here.
Just, you want to know if there's any kind of releases that might come out in that period of time that might.
Other than that. Yeah, other than like major news.
Yeah, but I mean, is it? Are you going to be able to instantly respond to anything like that? No.
Another thing too is, listen, if you were good enough as a trader to make that call that your trade is no longer good, then you'd be doing it all the time. But I don't think most people are even probably keeping track of the accuracy of their gut instincts.
That's a great point. The accountability of being able to recognize when those instincts are correct or incorrect, right? I mean, and that's something that I'm looking forward to Tendler tomorrow. If I have a chance, I want to ask him. I always talk about impulse and intuition. Impulse is, fear and emotionally based reactionary trading. If you're afraid you're gonna miss it.
70 is just broken CL. Should be interesting to see what happens here. We might get down to 78 after breaking this, or maybe it finds some buyers.
Okay. So now we're headed down, huh?
Interesting little level, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if it couldn't find, I forgot who said this, but come failed moves, come fast moves.
Fail fast.
Yeah, fail fast. Yeah. So, I mean, if crude says, hey, we're not getting above 79.80 today, well, guess what? We're going to keep on going down until we find buyers.
Aim small, miss small.
Yeah. So this is kind of why I didn't want to take this setup at 11:30 because we're in the fade, like between 10:30 and 12.
Right.
It's more of a fade to me. Now, if this setup occurred earlier in the day between like 8 and 10, then I think it's a slam dunk trade. Although we'd probably only be looking at this portion of it, and in which case we'd want to find a short up here. Right, so we have this little downtrend line.
Right. Yep. Yes, I see it. Yep.
Consolidation sets
It's
up.
kind of hidden under our pictures there, but.
Oh yeah. Because everything's on the left. Yeah.
Right,
So
right.
just cover up everything to the left of this thing up here, and then you have a little short. Because then you have one consistent move, right? I don't want to be long a market that's already gone up once, and then now it's coming back down. I'd rather see it kind of build up and consolidate again, like it's doing right now.
Right.
And maybe if it does firm up a little bit, then let's put in a buy order and see if we can find buyers come in during lunch and push this to new highs and make shorts miserable, which is something that typically happens. Crude loves making traders just the most miserable. Most miserable.
Don't they all, right? Well,
yeah, I mean, it's not a bad strategy to be like, what would make traders the most miserable today? There's probably a pretty good chance the market.
And that's what it does. I mean, it causes the most pain on the most people. Yeah. That's what markets do. Yeah.
And here's another little wrinkle if you're following along with my crude oil trading strategy is that with consolidations, we want to avoid long candlesticks out of the consolidation because that's a lot of momentum. But what we'd really prefer were like these shorter ones up here. Those look a lot nicer. But then when you start getting big rips like these, you do not want to short this. So like this, this is a perfect example. This is a consolidation right here.
Right.
Now, let's say we want to go short. And let's say we've been eyeing a short at 9 o'clock. And we're looking for 79.43s or something. Like right here, we want to get short. When I see this big green candlestick start charging up, I would probably pull my order because I don't want strength to appear into my short, just as like I don't want strength to appear into my long. So we got this, big ass candle, red candlestick right through this consolidation, broke it, and now it's just gonna just tumble.
Now it's going right.
It's gone. Consolidation is gone. We've got to go find new buyers and firm up a little bit. And here's the thing. This is why this strategy in general requires a lot of patience. So I'm on a 5-minute chart and I'm looking for consolidations, which means I need probably at least 20 minutes for my system to set up. So I can tell you right now, I'm not going to have a trade for at least another half an hour because I need the candlesticks to tighten up before I get into a trade. Otherwise, I'm just chasing. I don't have a system to short crude at 78.70 when the market breaks down. I do not have that system.
Got it. Yeah. Well, Roby, we get running out of time here, man. I really appreciate the time we've had together. Let's do this again and do it again soon.
I would love to, and I hope more people start trading crude oil. It's great to see so many people in Topstep in general, and also seeing so many people take profits. It's crazy to see the quantity of payouts going out, and then the quality of the payouts.
Right? Yeah, it's good
stuff. A long way from 10 years ago, Hogue. Long way.
Yeah. We've finding good traders. That's why we're here, and we're looking forward to everybody's success eventually, and that's the goal. Thanks again, Dolby, for being here. I'll hold on, everybody, for the top quiz.
Top quiz is great. It's gonna be fun.
Yep, and we'll catch you later. And then after top quiz, of course, group coaching, and we'll see you later. Have a good day, rest of the day, and well, everyone. Thanks again, Dolby.
Not a problem. See ya.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz. You might notice something different about my background. I have not been sitting in space this whole time.
Good color on you, Jack.
I'll explain that real quick. Alyssa, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm doing great, besides the fact that when I updated to Sonoma on my Mac, I got the message that OBS is not compatible. So that's why my green screen is green for today. So that's
you're just
fun.
really in the TopstepTV spirit.
Yeah. So I can just do this episode kind of like Andy Serkis covered in ping pong balls doing. Welcome to Top Quiz today. The only futures trading live stream quiz on at 11:45 Central or thereabouts, and the best. There'll be 4 questions here, multiple choice. If you answer 3 of them or 4 of them correct, you will be entered into random to get one of 10 resets today. You sign up by clicking that link or go to kahoot.it and put in that PIN. There is a delay from us talking to you hearing us, so just be sure to answer the questions as they pop up on your screen. Is that a good explanation there? Did I miss anything, Alyssa?
It was perfect.
All right. Bonnie got 3 of 4 yesterday.
Oh, all right.
So still the perfect score has not been done. I have one question in here that I am absolutely sure you will get. Guess
all right.
Which ones? Okay, so we'll let this go for a few more seconds here. Remember, no 2-letter names. Those are boring. Oh, these are coming in hot, fast, and furious. I can't even read them. Mark Dies here. Haste. Biggie Mike. Jobbity. Yuck Me Up. All right, hope we do. All right. We'll let this go for a few more seconds. Thanks again to Dolby for having that great session with Hogue. We're going to try and get Dolby back here on some Tuesdays and Thursdays around 11. And thanks to Trades by Matt, was a great guest earlier for Fast Markets. So check his stuff out. Okay. 100 people in here. I think it's almost time to hit start. I'm looking at the chat. Pickle Rick is back. Okay. All right. Alyssa, are you ready to challenge this?
I am ready, Jack.
Okay. On the count of 3, 2, 1, let's start the Kahoot. Top quiz. Today is Tuesday, November 14th. 3, 2, 1. Question number 1. Trades by Matt will be attending the F1 Grand Prix in what city this weekend?
Oh, this certainly sounds like something I missed.
Miami, Las Vegas, or Montreal?
I don't know anything.
The race begins at midnight Chicago time. That's a hint.
Oh, okay. So what? Chicago time? That doesn't help me.
Las Vegas.
No.
Oh my God. Let's talk. They did have a Formula One Grand Prix in Miami, and I watched the racer introductions, and it was the most Miami stuff I'd ever seen. They had will.i.am conducting an orchestra.
That is glorious.
I mean, that's what you want if you're in Miami.
It is.
If you're in Miami, let me know if you like will.i.am. All right. Bragging rights board, CL Trader, 2 Trade Tony, Guru of Legends, Black Swan up there. All right. Next question. What is the CME product code for live cattle futures? Is it ZC, ZL, LEER?
Great question. I feel like it may be ZC. Perhaps.
ZC is Colton. LE, correct answer there. So I saw that question come out right as someone said he should be more trading focused. Well, there you go. And the first question, if you were watching earlier, Matt talked about it. So that's fair game. Alyssa, none of these 2 questions so far have been the one that I know you're going to get right.
That's a relief, Jack.
All right. Bragging board. Hoop, there it was. There I was.
There they were.
Why Dow? You're right. Dow sucks. Mr. Moolah, all your base, Black Swan. Okay. Ready for question 3?
I'm ready, Jack.
Here we go. What sport did MP try for the first time during his recent vacation? Was it water skiing, surfing, high-ali, or bullfighting?
I believe I know, so I'm going to wait a moment.
Yeah, you can wait till it ticks down a little bit.
Okay, I believe it was bullfighting.
It was indeed bullfighting. We showed the video today. A great matador. That's what the M stands for, an MP. Matador Patak. All right. He should have been wearing like a... I don't know if you could do that in a baseball cap. I mean, he did, but I
Right.
didn't do it.
Right.
Oh, here we go. Jack Hart Dow. No, I don't, but I love that name. Number 4, you're riding the line right there. I'm not saying that one.
Oh.
Riding the line.
I don't know if that's riding the line, Jack. I think the line may have been crossed on that one.
Believe it or not, Alyssa, we still haven't gone to the question yet that I know you're going to get.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
People are going to love or mostly probably hate this last question, but
Okay.
I think it's pretty fair.
Okay.
Reasonably international. You ready?
Yes.
What famous musician goes by the moniker Mr. Worldwide? Is it Pitbull, Jay-Z, Drake, or Eminem?
Jack, you know, I just went to this concert a couple of weeks ago, so it's hot on my brain. That is Mr. Pitbull, Armando
Yes.
Perez.
The real name would be too much. Yeah, Mr. Worldwide. You know what's amazing? He really is Mr. Worldwide because we get complaints about some of the pop culture questions, but a large majority of you knew who Pitbull was. So Alyssa is a
I'm proud of
huge
you guys.
fan of Mr. Worldwide. So let's check the bragging board. Remember, if you got 3 or 4 right, you can enter a random drawing. But just for giggles, why Dow? You had the 3rd highest score. Giant Guy 69 is 14 years old, had the 2nd score. And the most points today went to McFly. Well, congrats to you guys. I am going to, during group coaching, send out a list of the winners. 10 of you will get free resets, and then I'll email you this afternoon. Alyssa, was that 2 for 4 today or 3 for 4?
It was 2 for 4, Jack. But
That-
Pitbull should count for 2, so I'm gonna go 3
Yeah.
for 4. For
Yeah.
5.
Well, does he have other nicknames? It's like Mr. Worldwide,
Mr. 305.
Mr. 305, the Bald Panda. All possibilities. Okay, well, thanks for playing today, guys. As I said, we're doing group coaching next with Dakota and Eddie. They're in the waiting room right now, I presume. So they'll be here soon. You want to stick around for that. So thanks for playing, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
And welcome to group coaching. Come on in, pull the chair a little closer, lots of room. Everybody's in the front row today. And we've got our coach, one of our coaches from the Discord channel. We got Dakota with us here today. Hello, Dakota.
Hello, Eddie. How are you? It's great to be back.
It's great to have you back. I tell you, we had a lot of comments last time we were here with you, and I think that was around Halloween. And you put out a good presentation there, and as always in our Discord channel too. But for some of those that are new, can you tell us who you are and why you're here?
Yeah, so I need to write a script where I can just read off on this.
There you go.
But yeah, everyone who has been on Discord, you guys know me from Discord. My name is Dakota. I've been a professional trader for just about over 13 years, and I joined Topstep as a bet with one of my friends, got onto Discord, loved the community, and decided that I really started to enjoy helping other traders here at Topstep, and became a coach, and I've loved it since.
Beautiful, beautiful. Glad to have you here. And your topic today is something I want to know a little bit more on. What's your topic here today?
So I called it average true move. I've also referred to it as an average true leg. This is a concept that I've started to do when I first started trading, and it's really helped me have realistic expectations and understand where we're at in a particular market at a given point in time to help me with my trade location. And I don't want to say it's a tool or an indicator, but it's just another, I guess, item that we could use, or I guess we could say a tool that we could use to help us as traders. And I've noticed a lot of new traders has helped a lot of new traders, I believe. And I've got some great feedback, so I figured I could share it with you guys here on Topstep TV.
Right. Now, is this the same average true range where you've got to do some math?
No.
Okay. All right.
I will admit there is 2 small math problems that we do. It's just addition and 1 division. Very simple, very basic. And then we'll do an example on the live markets, and we could go through it, and it's very simple and very easy to understand. And it's going to help a lot of new traders, and it's, I guess, catered to a newer trader. However, myself, I still use this, and there are some experienced traders that it's helped. And so let's go into it. You guys have my slideshow sharing now, right?
Okay, yes, we see that. And for those that are new and then maybe see the acronym ATR, average true range, technical analysis indicator that measures market volatility. So we're going to check this out. Average true move. All you, my friend.
So like I just explained, to help understand the average true move in a market using technical analysis, also to have a realistic expectations of where we're at. So let's jump into it. It's really brief, and then we could start doing some live examples on like the NASDAQ or oil or a market of your choice. So what is average true move? I also call it average true leg if you've heard me in Discord. It's an average measure of previous directional moves in a market. It's very similar to average true range. So like average true range, it takes the average of the range of, say, the past 14 candlesticks on whatever time frame you're using. However, an ATR does not take into consideration the direction of the move. For example, if I'm bullish on a market and I want to see what an expected move is to the upside, then of course you're not going to get an average true move with an ATR because it's just taking into consideration volatility. This will help us understand what an expected move is and where we're at on the market. So it's like an ATR, but directional. It takes into consideration current market conditions and current market volatility. So as we all know, and we've seen it happen with the seasonality of the markets, the change in volatility, and of course the different markets, because the NASDAQ is different than, say, oil or gold or any other markets that you're trading. So regardless of what market you're trading or the volatility, this is a great way for a trader to help gauge what an expected move is, depending on what the volatility is in the market and what market you're trading. So I have a screenshot of an example right here. Let me know if you could see it. I know my screen could be a little zoomed out, but when we go into the live, and I'll go through and explain this, each one. So this is the NASDAQ. This is a 30-minute chart on the NASDAQ. And this has been, I think last week, I just took a random time on the NASDAQ. And this is a good example of what and how to calculate an average true move. So as you can see, we've measured from the top to the bottom, or from the bottom to the top of each of these moves. And this is going in measuring all the bullish moves. As you can see, from the bottom to the top, and we've measured that, you can see this is a 164 handle move. Then we have the very next move, which 186, 239, 236, and then 169. And then all we do is we get the average by adding all of the moves together, and then we divide it by how many number of moves we've calculated, and we get 198 handles. And this helps us understand that when the market does move, and eventually the market will move to the upside, how far will it move? And maybe we're in the middle of the move, maybe we're at the end of the move, but this helps us get a decent gauge to have a realistic expectation of the market to understand where we're at. So let's dive into it. Let me close off my slide and we could go through this realistic example. I have the NASDAQ pulled up, so give me just a moment and we could hop into the market. Can you see this screen? This is the NASDAQ.
Good to go.
Perfect. So we'll do that same analysis this is exactly where we're at. This is a 30-minute chart, and the time frame doesn't matter too much. I've been able to do this analysis on 5-minute or an hourly or a daily, and the type of market doesn't matter too much as well. We could go through these different examples on oil or gold, and we could see how it works out. So as you can see, doing the same analysis I did on the slideshow, we can calculate from the bottom to the top of these moves. And it's just like anything in the market, it's not exact. It's very hard to get any numbers exact because support and resistance and everything in the market typically is zones. As you might know, Eddie, you don't have an exact support and exact resistance. It's more of a zone or a level. So same thing for this. When we're calculating this, it can be up to the discretion of the trader to understand that these are not going to be exact numbers. And this is a very brief and simple way to do the calculation without doing that dreaded math. We measure this. I love to, instead of doing the math, I just line them up, and instead of going through and calculating it out, because we're on TopstepTV and I don't want to sit here and do it, I did it during the slideshow. So I line them up, as you can see, and we could really just eyeball and get an average of what that is without needing to measure. And this will give me a realistic expectation of a bullish move in the market. And since we're on NASDAQ and doing a very theoretical example, doing some back testing to give an example of how this would work, we measured this move right here. And if we are to, assume that the market's going to be moving and we get to another setup, let me adjust my chart for you. And we believe the market could go and rally again to the upside. This is the type of move that I would expect when taking into a trade. So I will have the expected move. We calculated, 180 or something. But when I am looking for a move to the upside again, this is how I put, for example, a take profits, understand where we're at in this move. And so that way, say I'm placing a trade, I'm able to have a realistic expectation of what to expect the market to move for my take profits. Very too often, I see it in Discord and I see it all the time, new traders, and you probably see it too, Eddie, where everyone wants that big home run. They want to get these really big moves and they want to make a lot of money and they want to make it really fast. And unfortunately, the market is a really great humbler, especially when you have unrealistic expectations. And when you place a trade, not every single trade is going to be a home run. And you have to have a realistic expectation of what you can pull out of the market in terms of a trade or in terms of having a realistic stop loss or take profit. So once I do my analysis like this, then I have that realistic expectation. Because if we start to, for example, rally up and say I'm in a long position, then it's realistic for me to understand that when the market does move in a direction that I'm looking for the market to move to, then I have this target in place, knowing that on average, based on the current market conditions, we're going into the middle of November and we're starting to pick up on volatility. And as we can see, I think we've seen it today, we had a really big move on the NASDAQ. And doing this calculation over the past, I think it was week or so, this takes into consideration what the current market volatility is. It wouldn't make sense to go back for like 6-7 months from now and do a calculation like that, because the markets change. And as the market's changing, we want to make sure that we're also changing our expectation, because the way the markets were reacting last year or 6 months from now, it's acting completely different. And my expectations then versus my expectations now can be very different. And I get traders ask me all the time, what's a good take profit for the NASDAQ, or what's a good stop loss for a NASDAQ? And my answer for them is, it depends, because it depends on what the volatility is. I do the slow markets during the Asian session, and my stop losses and take profits are much different than you guys during fast markets, where the market's moving a lot faster. And it's just a difference in volatility and how we view the markets and our individual trading strategies. So going back to this average true move, I have this realistic expectation. And if I'm in a long, I know this is on a 30-minute chart, I always like to have my stop losses below support and resistance. This is just an example. If this is my stop loss, I would definitely be looking to take profit with a realistic expectation here. And then somewhere in the middle, depending on what your strategy is or what my strategy is, getting into a long position as the market starts to go in our favor. And I don't want to say it's an exact science, but it's relatively accurate to have this type of realistic expectation. So that way we know when to get into the market, we know when to get out, and we have a good idea of where we're at. And let me see if I could zoom in a little bit better so you guys could see this. And this is just one example. Another example is, if you missed a move, you don't want to be chasing it, right? Because if we have this expectation and say the market's already up here, then we ask ourselves as a trader, we've already had an expected move on the NASDAQ. Does it make sense to get into a long position up here? I would argue no, because we've already had an expected move. The market's already moved what it does on average based off the past few weeks or whatever time frame that you're using. It doesn't make sense to get in long. The market's trending up. Then the next question you ask ourselves, well, would it make sense to get in short? Well, maybe it might make a little more sense to get in short after we've had an expected move. I always recommend not getting in short a trending market to the upside, right? We don't want to fight the trend whenever we're trading, especially in a market like the NASDAQ, where we've been rallying up so far. But as you can see, of course, this is back testing, and hindsight is always 20/20. It's easier to look at the market going into the back. But I tend to see this play out relatively often, whether it's calculating an average move based off of a pullback. And we can see it play out time and time again as we continue to look forward and have the market rally, having these really realistic expectations. It's not perfect, but it gives us a good gauge on understanding where we're at in any given time in the market. You don't want to be taking shorts after the market's moved what it already does. And we want to be taking longs as the market's moving in our direction for the trend. I know that was a little bit long and a little bit quick, but what's your thoughts on that, Eddie?
I got a question. Yeah, Dakota. Sammy Wise is asking, Dakota, do you factor in the moves like CPI that we saw today?
Yes, of course. Everyone should factor in news events that can move the market. I'm an overnight trader in terms of I like to place my trades during Asian session, and then I go to sleep. And I know it goes against a lot of traders and how they feel. And sometimes it was a bad habit where I'd be waking up in the middle of the night and check my trades. But a lot of my personal trading, I place my trades, I go to sleep, and then when I wake up, the trades either hit my take profit or stop loss, or it didn't even trigger in if I'm using a stop order. But everyone should take into consideration big news events. Right before a big news event, we very well could see the market react different, right? It goes back to understanding what does the market do on average. And when it does move, it moves a certain amount based off the volatility. And during news events, we could see abnormal movements. And so that's always taken into consideration. But definitely in no way would I expect the market to move more than what it does on average. And I know that can be hard to, I guess, understand when we're trading and we have a big news event. We always want to hit those big home runs and get these really big, long winners. But that's just really unrealistic to go for when we want to be a consistent trader. We want to be consistently profitable, and we're looking at it over the long run, right? We want to look at it in terms of where am I going to be at in a year? Where am I going to be at in 2 years, 5 years, and further on, rather than, what's going on this week? I want to hit a big news event and I want to catch this giant move on a FOMC or whatever it is. But I'm happy with just getting an average trade. And I know it's a weird thing for me to say out loud, but I'm happy with being average in terms of taking a consistently average trade in the markets. And consistency is the key word here.
Jim Carlton's got a question. He put a trade on last night. How'd that sort of fare?
Yeah, we could look at that. I have.
Let's keep that for later. Will's got a question here regarding variance. Will's asking, why aren't you considering variance in this?
Yeah, I don't want to go too far in depth talking about variances, probabilities. In very basic terms, doing exactly that example I had, understanding what the average true move, the market takes into consideration. It's a perfect market, right? There's information available to everyone around the world, and they're all buying and selling based on opinion. But the markets will fluctuate. It's an average, and with anything, when you're dealing with averages, there's going to be markets that move and movements that are beyond what the average is. There's going to be markets that are below the average, and very well there are different strategies based off of the variances, the different averages. I do know when I'm calculating how big of position will I trade, I will take into consideration, I'll just round down. It's always better for myself to be more safe, take a little bit less amount of risk, to take into consideration some variances in my trading strategies.
Okay.
So let's see. I'm just reading through the chat as well, Eddie.
Okay. Anything you want to sort of pick there? And there's a few questions.
Yeah, you can see my chart on gold. Here's a great example, I think, of understanding an average true move. And maybe I could explain this just a little bit. This is a 60-minute chart on gold. And some very basic analysis is we've been in a downtrend. And last night I did place a short. The example of the short was that I got in short here. This was last night during slow markets. I had my stop loss here, and my take profit was almost perfect to the big news event. And this is one of the things, and going back to that one question about the news events and how the news events affects my trades. So when I placed the trade for the night, and I think we could even see the data series here on NinjaTrader, where if we zoom in, and I know this is an hourly chart and it's a little bit harder to see. So let me drop down to maybe a 5-minute chart and see if that looks any better. So realizing that realistic expectations, I placed this trade during slow markets last night. I had my stop loss up here and I had my take profit here. I woke up this morning, I was sleeping when the news event happened, and just having that realistic expectation, looking at, there's some support down here for the past few days, and using an average true move to get that realistic expectation, I would say this is 100% luck. News event went down, it triggered me in almost perfectly. I got reversed on this trade because this was obviously, I was in short one contract, but I had a 2 contract as a limit order here. And when I woke up, I closed it out at market all the way up here. But do I always catch moves like this? My answer is going to be 100% no. I'd be happy with just getting the average. And a news event that happened this morning that moves the markets a lot, that is taken into consideration, whereas very well, this is a really big move on gold, and I'm not looking to capture it. I'm just looking to capture an average of what the market moves. And if I zoom out back to a 30-minute, I could give an idea of doing an average true move for a realistic expectation. On to calculate that. Just really quick, the same type of analysis I just did, we can do that on any time frame, understanding what a realistic move is on gold. Here we go, and then take an average of what this type of a move is when gold does move to the downside. Taking one more. I know this is really quick, and go ahead and calculate possibly the average of this to where we were at last night, and that came pretty close to what an average. I'd be happy with the average. Last night during slow markets, I had the time to calculate a little bit quick, other than just 5 minutes during TopstepTV. It's probably closer to that. But just being happy with an average, not looking to have that huge move or to capture a huge move like this. But it doesn't mean sometimes we can all get lucky, as long as we're positioning ourselves within a realistic expectation and within reason, right? I mean, every time you're placing a trade, the market could do whatever. And I think Hogue was saying it earlier when you guys were talking about placing your trades having to, man, I can't remember. I was just listening to Hogue and you guys talk about expectations in the market. But yeah, you're never going to be hitting home runs unless you're placing these trades. And then, yeah, like Hogue said, once you place the trade, there's not much more you can do as a trader, right? The market's going to move in one direction or other or go sideways. And like Hogue was saying, I just goes to the bathroom. I place my trades and I go to bed. But the less human error you can have in your trading, the better off you're going to be. I hear traders say it all the time. They're placing trades and they do all this type of analysis. And then when they place their trade, once they place their trade and they start overthinking, you start to over-analysis, right? Paralysis by analysis. They start second-guessing themselves. They, like Hogue was saying, you don't become smarter after you place the trade. Usually it's the exact opposite. You become dumber because you get stressful. You have skin in the game. The market's now moving. You're watching your P&L fluctuate, and you start over-analysis once you place that trade. And very much, right? You place a trade, and maybe news event could happen, something in the market that is unexpected could happen, but we could really only control those two things, and that's where you get into the market and where you get out. So Will R says, Diana looks at something like this. Are you talking about the average true move, Will? I just called it the average true move, Eddie. I didn't have another name for it. There's not really a name for it. I was going to consider, average true move, the acronym would be called ATM. If you're an option trader that's at the money, you can call it what you want. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just an average expected move. I mean, we're just really trying to have realistic expectations depending on what market we're using. And this type of very basic technical analysis will work in pretty much any market that I've traded. Oil, NASDAQ, crude. I've been trading the Nikkei, and it's very similar. It's just understanding where we're at any given point in time on the markets. So that way we don't get into a bad situation, right? And I think we've seen it again here on the NASDAQ, if we will, today. So here we are on the NASDAQ, and we've already reached an average expected move. And so it's a lot harder for a trader to buy it once we're up here, because, you know, going back to we want to buy low, sell high, you know, what's the reason for buying the market after we've already moved so far? It might work out, yes, but we're about managing risk, understanding what that realistic expectations are, and getting this type of a move today off a news event. And I think this was even Friday, right? Understanding how the market moved and what the realistic expectation is. I know some traders might even say there's not enough meat left on the bone in order to risk anything. If you ever heard that saying before.
Right, there's always bone marrow on the inside, but it's never done. It's never done, but yes, I can understand what they're saying.
So, yeah, that's, let me just go through and answer some questions. That's mostly what I wanted to talk about and do an understanding. I have some classes that go over this more in depth, and they're in the coaches library in Discord. And, you know, every night during slow markets, Monday through Thursday, I'm going to try and do some on Sunday nights when the market's open. And this is one of the strategies, actually one of the concepts that I talk about. I wouldn't say it's a strategy, it's just a tool to help us understand where we're at in the market. And a lot of traders that I talk to say that the markets are too slow during the Asian session. However, I use that as an advantage because the markets are slow, it gives us more time to do, you know, well-structured analysis at that time, to get our trades set up, to understand some realistic expectations going into the night and the London session and the New York session as well.
Dominic has shared some here. Average true movement, quantified value based on previous single or several day high and low at discretion of the trader or analyst to attempt to determine future range. And
100%. I don't know if you got that online or if you just came up with that, but that is a really good definition, right? That's all we're trying to do as traders is, you know, trying to position ourselves for what we can expect the future to come.
Now, is this something that you would do throughout the day, or is this something to do only in certain situations?
I don't like to give this answer, but the answer is always going to be it depends. It depends on the type of trader you are, and it depends on the time frame. I like to look and do this on a 60-minute, and as you know, on a 60-minute chart, you only get a new candle every 60 minutes. If you're doing it, for example, on a daily, same thing, right? You get a new candle every day. If we decide to do it on, for example, a 5-minute or a 1 minute, then of course you could do it a lot more frequently. And so it depends on your time frame, and it depends on your trading style. If you are looking to get maybe only 20 handles, 10, 20 handles out of the market, then maybe you're doing this a lot more frequently. If you're doing this, you know, maybe on the hourly chart to understand where we can go for the day, like that's typically what I do. I only do this one time during the day. I'll go through these different markets like oil, the NASDAQ, the Nikkei, and gold. I'll do this analysis right before I go to bed. I'll set my trades and go to bed. And I only do that analysis one time. It takes me usually about an hour or two, depending on what the markets are doing. And then I'm done. I've done this analysis during New York session. I like to trade on a 100 tick chart, and the markets could move really quick. But I have my analysis I did on the hourly, and then I zoom into these lower time frames, and my analysis on the higher time frames gives me a realistic expectation. So when I'm trading on the lower time frames, I have an idea of where we're at on the market. This is a 1 minute chart, and as you can see, every time you zoom in, more data comes, and you could start to see more data every time you zoom in terms of you go from a daily to a 60-minute to maybe a 30-minute, 15, 5-minute, 1 minute. So the more you zoom in, very much like Google Maps, you have an overall picture, and then you start to zoom in, you start to see a lot more clarity, and you're able to see a lot more movements in the markets. And so there is definitely a way to do this, and this is on a 1 minute time frame. And you can do the same thing, right? It's very basic and simple and straightforward. This is very rough, right? It's not rocket science. You don't have to go through and do the math. It's very hard to sit there and do the math on the 1 minute, especially during the New York session, because the markets are moving so quick. But it will give you a reasonable expectation, regardless on what time frame. And if we do start to move to the downside, then very much this would be a more realistic expected move if the market starts to go down here on the NASDAQ as we're talking.
Okay. Let's see here.
What time is my sessions? Are they on Discord? So all of my sessions are on Discord. All of our coaches' sessions are on Discord. That's not on TopstepTV. And in Discord, we do have an events calendar where we put all of our classes that are upcoming in the events calendar. And then when the class goes live, you guys get notified.
Cool. Right. And that is for Discord. If you are not a Discord member, I'm going to post the link here in our chat. And take some time out, sign up for that. I mean, Coach Dakota isn't blowing smoke there. A lot of people are either getting trade buddies, learning from others, lots of good information in there, and it's monitored pretty well. So keep that in mind. So JD's going to post our Discord link. Have at it. All right, it's obviously it's free, and there's a lot of great people in there sharing ideas and. Team baby, helping each other. So cool. Now, when's your next Discord session?
I have one tonight at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Slow markets, Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Central Time.
Okay, so you've got slow markets today, 8 p.m. Central Time. Okay, 8:30 or 8?
8 p.m.
Okay. Yep. All right. We got to get this updated here. And then you're going to be on Thursday also at 8 p.m.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Sundays are questionable sometimes. It just depends on my availability because it's the weekend. No one likes to work during the weekend, but the market's open on Sunday night. So if I am available, I possibly can be doing that.
Right. Well, the thing is, the weekends are there for you to get sort of re-energized, sort of tease. Can't trade today, but you just wait another day or so, you'll be able to trade. So that's a good thing too. That's how I was, and I tell you, as you get older, you just for the weekend, you actually look as much you can, as best you can, to re-energize yourself for the week ahead. So it's good stuff. So let me ask you, Coach Dakota, somebody wants to contact you. Somebody has a question, just not during a session. Can they leave that question in your coaching room?
Yeah, so on Discord, each of our coaches, we have our individual coaching room where you can send a question, and depending on our availability, our office hours are posted in our individual classroom or coach's room, and we get to them pretty quick. And back to the benefit of what you're saying about our Discord, last night I had a trader ask me, it's like, is this all I need to become a successful trader, or should I go and pay for some one-on-one classes? And my answer was the group coaching we have here at Topstep is far better, in my opinion, than a one-on-one and paying for one-on-one. And the reason being is you guys have access to more than just one coach, right? I'm not the best at doing everything, but we have the coaches and we each have our different strengths and weaknesses. And if we get questions from traders that I might not be able to answer that the best, but here's a coach who is much better at this, and he's a much better trader at using this type of trading. And we have that availability to go over to that coach and ask those questions and get answers. Whereas compared to a one-on-one, you're stuck with that one coach. And if he's not able to answer some of those questions, it's a lot more difficult. So I definitely will say that the group coaching here at Topstep is by far better than any one-on-one. And if I had this back when I started trading, I probably would have been a lot better trader much quicker. And I would have been able to get all my questions answered. I mean, regardless of where you're at, whether you're brand new and you're just learning what a candlestick is, or if you're really advanced and you're getting more in depth about strategies and more of those advanced questions, our coaches could answer that. And feel free to ask any type of question to our coaches. And we've also just started to do a chat room, I guess, calling it Chit Chat. So each of our coaches, we have the chat channel where you could ask those questions. But then whenever we're available, we do have a room of, say, 20 traders where we could go in, and coaches have been doing some live help with some of those groups.
Nice. And, we get a lot of responses from that. We're getting a lot of feedback for the later traders. And I noticed too, I'll be watching TV or doing something, making dinner or something a little later at night. And we've got these group or these coaching, our Discord coaching. I think yesterday was around 9 p.m. Central Time. So the thing is, we want to make sure that you're keeping separation, that you're actually shutting your computer down, and remember family first. But the thing is, after everybody's tucked into bed, dinner said, and instead of watching a rerun on TV, check out Discord and see what if we've got something, a class or something that might benefit you. To give you a head start the next day. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, and they're all recorded. So, even if you don't catch any of the live classes, you could go through the library, just like you sit down on a TV series on Netflix, watch it. Rather than, like my parents always say, TV will rot your brain. But for me, I sit here and I'll watch YouTube videos of traders, or my preference is poker. Sitting there watching a TV and watching some entertainment's great, but we do have that great library where you could just sit there, watch it before you go to bed, and like you said, Eddie, give you a head start. But one thing to consider is Topstep, we have traders around the world. So you definitely want to make sure that even though Discord and Topstep is going 24 hours, you don't have to, and you shouldn't. You should take that time and spend it with your friends and your family and take that time off. Because even though the markets are open 23 hours, 22 hours a day, you shouldn't, right? You have your set time. There's no need to exhaust yourself, wear you out. I was one of those traders too, Eddie, where as soon as the weekend comes, the whole entire weekend, you just think about trading and you analyze and you get prepared for Monday. And that was really horrible for me in terms of my emotional state and being exhausted, because it's then not a weekend, right? It's not a weekend if you can't just disconnect and relax and have that time off and prepare for the week. Just like a professional athlete, you need a break. You definitely need a break, mentally and physically.
All right, last call for questions here. What's that poster on the side by your window? What is that?
So I ordered that from Poland. It's a technical analysis thing. Let me see if I can get it down. I don't have a place to hang it up yet. So
It looks like it's hanging from here. It looks like that's all right.
yeah, let's see. I'll need a place to hang it up here soon. Let's see if we can get this out. I don't know if you can see it on there, but it's just a lot of technical analysis.
Did you get that on Amazon or did you go?
I got it on Etsy, I believe.
Etsy.
I got a lot of comments from traders that I needed something in the background, and this was something I found on Etsy. I'm like, okay, this has a lot of technical analysis and chart patterns, and I need to hang it up somewhere so you guys could see it. And
JD said that comes in a mouse pad. You can order that in a mouse pad. That'd be
I've seen that on the
something to have.
a really big mouse pad, I think, where you could just put it on top of your entire computer desk, and you have all the candlestick patterns, a lot of these technical analysis patterns. So as a new trader, if you get something like that would help, right? So you can have all these candlestick patterns and chart patterns available. Plus, it looks cool. Someone comes in and they don't know how to trade, or they don't know what trading is. It's a great conversation piece.
Cool. Question was, we're going to add Discord on our Topstep X. There's a lot of things we're going to be adding and adjusting and updating on that. So, maybe down the road we'll have something like that. But I do know that TopstepTV is available. So if you're on the Topstep X platform, all you need to do is click on the logo and presto changeo, and we'll show up. So that's cool. But anyway, let's see here. James Slay says, where are the individual coaches in Discord? I'm sure I'm going to laugh when you show me, but I can't seem to find them. Dakota, how somebody logs on to our Discord. How can they find? I know there's a lot of channels. There's a lot that we're offering, but how can they find them?
And it changes pretty frequently. Once you log on to Discord, there's some instructions. If you have any very technical questions, like where are this channel, where is this, there's a Topstep lobby. If you get lost, you can just ask the question. And like you said, we have some amazing support staff in there. We have some amazing ambassadors that will be able to answer those questions for you guys. Mm-hmm. That's probably the best place, and everybody in the community is more than willing to help out and show and explain and start talking about that. I do have a screenshot here. Maybe James or Jack, I can see if I could share my screen and show it. There it is. So you guys can see my computer screen. This is Discord. On the left-hand side, you can see all the different channels. We have a coach's office is what it's called. And you can see our individual coaching channels, and you can see our coaches library where you can have access to all of our recordings. And then you can come in here and ask questions, and you can see all of our coaches are able to answer those questions.
Wow. Okay.
It's a great place.
All right. So when's your next session?
Up on the top left-hand side on Discord, you can see this events calendar. And if you click on it, it will show you all the upcoming events for our group coaching. We have At the Buzzer today. It shows up on your local time. I'm in Mountain Standard Time. This is 3 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Mountain Standard here in Utah. So at market close, we have At the Buzzer. We do that daily. Sometimes it's all 5 of us coaches that gets on, and we all talk about the markets. As you can see, we just got another one added. It looks like one of the coach Jay is starting to add At the Buzzers. I have my slow markets tonight at 8 p.m. Central, and you can see those throughout the week. And the best way for our traders to do that, they come in and they click on interested. Everyone who clicks on interested will get notified as soon as the class starts.
Okay. All right. Well, Coach Dakota, thank you very much for and like I say, every day I learned something new. That was something that I had never really used, was the ATM or the ATR. I have used an ATM to get money but it's something completely different. But yeah, I like what you got going on, and I'm going to take a look at that tomorrow and see if I can apply it to my trades. But any closing comments before we say good night?
Nothing. I enjoyed coming on here. It's been fun. Thanks, guys. Just make sure we have realistic expectations in your trading, regardless of what time frame you use, regardless of what contract size you use. If you're a new trader or advanced trader, it's the same thing, right? Have a realistic expectation, regardless of what market you're trading, and be consistent, because we're looking at the long run. We want to see statistics. We want, as traders, to be profitable over the long run, years, not days, not weeks. It's a process. We got to trust the process, look at the longer term, and don't make emotional decisions based off of something that can happen in a day, because there's always going to be news events. There's always going to be moves like we have today, right? We have some type of data that came out, inflation came in flat, the market just rallied really hard. One single event should not affect your trading over a period of the year. And too many times I see traders where it does. They either blow their account on a single trade or a single event. And you never want to put yourself in that type of a position as a trader. So keep your expectations realistic. Be average. Be average. Yeah, there you go.
The thing is, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, you know. Be average. Do the best you can. It all sums up to that. Be the best you can. Do the best you can, because that's all you can do. So, but anyway, Coach Dakota, thank you very much for being with us here today. Don't go away. We've got Jack coming on with our winners, and we'll be doing that here very shortly, and I'm going to give you a little heads up what we got going on tomorrow. So, Coach Dakota, all the best. Once again, thank you very much, sir. I enjoyed it extremely.
Eddie, thank you. See you guys. Enjoy your beautiful Monday.
My Monday? It's Tuesday.
Enjoy that Monday too.
Okay.
Whatever day it is, just enjoy it.
I'm gonna reminisce about yesterday. All right.
All right. Bye.
We'll see you, man. All right, Coach Jack, there he is.
What up?
Beautiful green screen.
I know, it looks pretty nice, doesn't it? My hair is super long. I had to abort a haircut midway through because I showed up late and had to get back for something. So they just cut the sides.
just trim the sides. That's all the time I got for.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, I'm here to do
a song and dance.
Yeah, I was thinking of something there. Yeah, we're gonna do the winners right here. Before we do the winners, I just want to note that I do notice only enter the quiz once, please. I did have to sub someone out today because here's the thing. I won't catch you every time, but when you do, it might be on my list. So just enter once. I can see who uses the codes and stuff like that. Let's keep it fair for everyone. And that's how quizzes work. So without further ado, let's see those winners, James.
All right. What do we got? No cheaters.
Great names today. All Your Base, Louis CR, Short Bull, Jojo33, Beating Heart, Ligma Kahoot wins. the best name I saw today, but Rabbit Skunk and Green Screen are up there.
Wow.
Nika also won. So,
All Your Base, isn't that from a video game?
Yes, I think it is. It's like a mistranslation or something like that.
All base.
All Your Base belong to us.
It was a bad translation.
So do it interactive here. I'm going to go ahead and send that email. I have it all ready to go.
Okay. So remember, enter only once because we don't, I mean, make it fair for everybody. I mean, I don't like a cheater. And
hey, what are you trying to do?
You're trying to cheat. So don't do that. Shame on them.
Yes. Yes.
Anyway, Jack, tomorrow, Wednesday, right? Am I right?
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Monday, right?
Dakota was erroneous on that portion.
But that's what I'm looking at the schedule. I'm like, my God, did I just? Anyway, we've got the trading. We got the Chi-City locals going to hook up together. We got MP Hogue, Andre, and Deanna going to be with us here tomorrow. So we'll see the Shy City. We also do have Mick. Mick's going to be back for Shoulder Tap, and Jared Tendler with Hogue. So remember that. You'll be doing Top Quiz with Bonnie again.
I will.
And then group coaching with the Hogue.
Yeah, think of your questions. We'll put a form tomorrow for to gather questions for Jared in session 11. So think about some real stumpers there.
Stumpers.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Psychologist.
Okay. I'm going to do that.
I stumped my therapist.
You got a therapist? No, not you, Jack. Nah.
I got 3 or 4.
Do you really?
They keep cutting me.
They keep cutting you. You're done. Out.
I know.
Out.
It's tough.
What about Bob? One of those therapists. Yes, I could see why. All right. Well, we're going to be back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time for opening call, Hogue and myself. So day's not over yet, but get yourself some rest tonight. Eat well. Enjoy the family. Be safe. Stay healthy. And we'll be back tomorrow. Sound good?
Sounds great to me, Eddie.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out.
Good night.